national anthem.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, and peace and prayers be upon His Messenger Muhammad. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة الكرام, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أهلا ومرحبا بكم حضورنا الكرام في مؤتمر التقييم الدولي 2022. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 12th International Valuation Conference 2022. Our valued non-Arabic speaking guests, please make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets provided at the entrances of this hall. Thank you indeed. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية متاحة طيلة فترة هذا المؤتمر من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية. بإمكانكم الحصول على أجهزة الاستماع للترجمة عند مداخل هذه القاعة. يعقد مؤتمر التقييم الدولي IVC كل عامين في بلدان مختلفة، ويربط بين المقيمين والمنظمين والأكاديميين والممارسين لمناقشة الموضوعات المهمة وأحدث الاتجاهات في المهنة. فهو مؤتمر لتبادل المعرفة بين المقيمين الدوليين، حيث يشاركون تجاربهم وآراءهم ويتناولون القضايا المهنية الناشئة والصعبة التي تركز على مستقبل المهنة. كما يتضمن جدول الأعمال جلسات حوارية لمتخصصين في مجال التقييم ورؤساء منظمات التقييم حول العالم. حضورنا الكرام، رحبوا معي بالسيد جون ماث رئيس اللجنة. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage John Math, IVC Chair.
Thank you for the introduction. Your Excellency, gentlemen, ladies, friends and colleagues, it is an absolute honour and pleasure to be here today for what is the 12th International Valuation Conference to be held for the very first time in the Middle East, in this beautiful capital city of Saudi Arabia. I'd like to start by thanking our underwriters, our sponsors, and our supporters and His Excellency. For those of you that are not aware, our underwriters are Taqeeim, the Saudi Authority for Valuation, the ASA, which is the American Society of Appraisers, and ANIVA, which is the Society of Romanian Valuers. As I look around the room today, I see many familiar faces, which makes me very happy. But I'm also happy to see so many new faces. And I'm looking forward to meeting many of you and making new relations. This conference has been a journey of over 25 years to get here. We started back in the late 90s with our first conference in India. We've held this conference all over the globe. It's been a journey that has produced many opportunities, the exchange of expert knowledge and the forging of long-term relations. But this conference also provides an opportunity for everyone in this room to exchange their knowledge, to share knowledge, to make new relations, and to improve the profession. So I encourage you all to make the most of this conference. Ask questions, introduce yourself to people you do not know, but most of all, enjoy the conference. Thank you.
ضيوفنا الكرام، نستمع الآن لكلمة سعادة المهندس فيصل المنديل، الأمين العام للهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الأخوة والأخوات من الزملاء المقيمين والأعضاء المهتمين بمهنة التقييم، ضيوفنا الأكارم من داخل وخارج المملكة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في مؤتمر التقييم الدولي، ملتقى الخبراء والمختصين. أهلا بكم في الرياض، عاصمة النمو والتقدم والتطور. يطيب لي بداية أن أرحب بكم في هذا المؤتمر الدولي، والذي تستضيفه الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين في نسخته 12 بالتعاون مع لجنة مؤتمر التقييم الدولي الIVC، ولأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط والعالم العربي، وبرعاية من معالي وزير المالية الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان. مؤتمر يقيم الحاضر ليبني المستقبل. تحظى مهنة التقييم في المملكة العربية السعودية بدعم لا محدود من القيادة الرشيدة، إيمانا منها بأهمية المهنة. وقد عملت الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين تقييم خلال الفترة الماضية على تهيئة البيئة المناسبة لمهنة التقييم، وتأسيس البنى التحتية لها، وتقوية دعائمها، والسير وفق رؤيتها بالارتقاء بجودة مهنة التقييم في المملكة العربية السعودية ورفع المستوى المنتمين إليها لتحقيق الريادة الدولية، ومن خلال المساهمة بمواكبة المعايير المهنية المعتمدة دولياً، وتطبيق الأنظمة واللوائح الصادرة داخلياً في رفع جودة مخرجات تقارير التقييم، لتصبح تقييم كياناً مهنياً مرموقاً ضمن منظمات التقييم العالمية، وساعية لدعم أعضائها من خلال الاعتمادات المتبادلة مع كبرى منظمات التقييم الدولية. وقد استطاعت في الجانب البرامج التأهيلية تقديم أكثر من 1700 دورة تدريبية حضرها أكثر من 40,000 متدرب في عدد من فروع التقييم، منها تقييم العقارات، وتقييم المنشآت الاقتصادية، وتقييم الآلات والمعدات والممتلكات المنقولة، وتقييم أضرار المركبات، وإن شاء الله قريباً تقييم المعادن الثمينة والأحجار الكريمة. استفاد من هذه البرامج كما ذكرنا أكثر من 40,000 متدرب، كما قامت الهيئة بترخيص أكثر من 500 منشأة في سوق العمل، وفتح المجال للشركات الأجنبية للاستثمار في السوق المحلي. إننا لا نسعد خلال هذا المؤتمر بلقاء نخبة من الخبراء والمختصين والأكاديميين وأعضاء الهيئات المهنية التي تتقاطع مع مهنة التقييم، ممن أسهموا في صناعة وتأسيس هذه المهنة، ونقلها من كونها نشاطاً يمارس دون معايير أو ضوابط إلى مهنة مرموقة تستند إلى أسس علمية ومعايير دولية معتمدة. وطموحنا أن يكون هذا المؤتمر حلقة نقاش علمية يتبادل من خلاله الخبرات والتجارب والخروج بأفضل التوصيات والنتائج. ختاماً، أود أن أشكر صاحب المعالي وزير المالية الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الجدعان على رعايته للمؤتمر، ولأصحاب المعالي والسعادة من شرفونا في افتتاح المؤتمر، وفي مقدمتهم معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح كبير مستشاري معالي الوزير المالية ورئيس اللجنة التوجيهية في وزارة المالية لنيابته في افتتاح المؤتمر. شكرا لكل من عمل على انطلاقة هذا المؤتمر، والشكر للجهات الراعية والداعمين، ونجدد الترحيب بمن حل ضيفا علينا في المملكة العربية السعودية، متمنيا للجميع مؤتمرا دوليا ناجحا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نتقدم بجزيل الشكر لرعاة هذا المؤتمر، ومن أجل تكريمهم ندعو معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح كبير مستشاري وزير المالية ورئيس اللجنة التوجيهية في وزارة المالية إلى المنصة من أجل تكريمهم. نبدأ بالراعي الرئيسي شركة علم، ويستلمها نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة المنتجات ماهر بن إبراهيم الوهيبي. الراعي التقني شركة ثقة، والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة ثقة أيمن الفلاح. والراعي المهني شركة إسناد، يستلمها الرئيس لشركة إسناد المهندس محمد بابحر. والراعي المهني أيضا شركة نجم، ويستلمها نائب الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات مهنة أشبيلي. والراعي الداعم شركة أولاد، ويستلمها المدير العام لشركة أولاد للتقييم العقاري الأستاذ عبد الملك بن إبراهيم الدرويش. الراعي الداعم شركة باركود، الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة باركود للتقييم الأستاذ عبد الكريم بن محمد أبانومي. والشريك الحكومي صندوق التنمية العقارية، ويستلمه الرئيس التنفيذي للصندوق الأستاذ منصور بن ماضي.
والراعي الإعلامي عين الرياض، ويستلمها المدير العام لعين الرياض الأستاذ عبد الله الحربي. والراعي الإعلامي إذاعة UFM، ويستلمها الأستاذ تركي السالم مدير عام UFM. شكرا جزيلا أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. ندعو سعادة الأستاذ جمال المعيقل إلى المنصة من أجل البدء بالجلسة الافتتاحية. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the session now.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. صباح الخير لكافة السيدات والسادة الحضور ولضيوفنا ضيوف المملكة في هذا المؤتمر، مؤتمر التقييم الدولي 2022 في نسخته 12، والذي تشرف عليه الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين الدوليين. أهلا بكم في أولى جلساتنا الافتتاحية في هذا المؤتمر، والتي ستكون تحت عنوان أثر التقييم على الاقتصاد. خلال هذه الجلسة سيكون معي الضيوف معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح كبير مستشاري وزير المالية ورئيس اللجنة التوجيهية في وزارة المالية، ومعالي الأستاذ إحسان بافقيه محافظ الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة، وسعادة المهندس فيصل المنديل الأمين العام للهيئة السعودية للمقيمين الدوليين. أهلا بضيوفي الأعزاء. وأبدأ لعلي من معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح، والسؤال عن استراتيجية الوزارة. وزارة المالية أطلقت عدة ركائز حقيقة ركزت فيها بشكل عام على وضع سياسات مالية فعالة لتحقيق استقرار ونمو اقتصادي واستدامة مالية. لو تحدثنا معاليكم يمكن عن ركائز وأهداف الخطة الاستراتيجية للمنظومة في المملكة.
جميل، شكرا جمال لهذه المقدمة. قبل الحقيقة أبدأ بالاستجابة لتساؤلك، أرغب بتأكيد شكري وامتناني للإخوان في الهيئة عموما، الأمين عام الهيئة الأخ فيصل المنديل، وقطعا مجلس الإدارة لعنايته ورعايته لهذا الحدث الكبير. سمعنا قبل التواجد على المنصة إحصائيات كلها جميلة وكلها ما شاء الله تدل على أن الهيئة متوجهة الاتجاه الصحيح، بل ولله الحمد كل الإنجازات متتالية للوصول بالهيئة إلى مستوى إن شاء الله أفضل وأفضل. وكذلك قد يتكرر على مسامعنا في هذه الأيام الثلاثة لهذا المؤتمر الحقيقة عدة مصطلحات، وهي الأهم: الثقة أو تعزيز الثقة، التأكيد على الموثوقية كذلك، والارتقاء بهذه المهنة إلى مستوى يساعد الحقيقة على تعزيز الثقة في الاقتصاد والجوانب المالية. عودة على سؤالك أخوي جمال فيما يتعلق باستراتيجية الوزارة، وأنا سأحاول أن أشارككم ملامح عنها فيما يتصل بهذا الحدث وعنوانه وموضوعه ونواحي الاهتمام للمشاركين، سواء من هم معنا في هذه القاعة أو هم معنا كذلك من خلال البث المباشر. فلعلي أبدأ في 2017. نعتقد أنها كانت سنة تحولية كبيرة لوزارة المالية. كان لدينا رؤية فيما يتعلق بإعادة بناء النموذج التشغيلي لدى الوزارة، بحكم أنه انطلقت رؤية 2030، واستوجب ذلك كذلك إعادة النظر في أسلوب التعامل مع يمكن أهم عناصر البناء الاقتصادي والمالي للحكومة أو منظومة الحكومة. فانطلقنا باستراتيجية استحضرت رؤية 2030 بشكلها العام، ولكن تحديدا فيما يتعلق بإدارة السياسات المالية العامة. وكما هو معلوم طبعا أي استراتيجية أو أي رؤية أيا كانت يجب كذلك أن ترتكز وتنطلق من ركائز. كان عندنا 5 ركائز تحديدا. الركيزة الأولى وهي الأهم، وتتابعت الركائز التي تليها 4 منطلقة منها، وهي تحقيق وتفعيل سياسات مالية عامة مستدامة. وتحت مستدامة 20 خط أو كما تشاءون، لأن هذا هو يعني بيت القصيد في إعادة بناء النموذج التشغيلي لوزارة المالية. والاستدامة هنا المقصود فيها القدرة على التنبؤ بما سنحققه من تمويل لميزانية الدولة، بدلا من أننا نعاني من ارتفاع وانخفاض دون القدرة على تحقيق الاستقرار المطلوب. الجهات الحكومية عموما، القطاع الخاص تحديدا، يتطلع إلى قدرته على التنبؤ بإمكانية الحكومة من حيث النفقات والصرف وإصدار السندات والتمويل عموما. وبالتالي الاستدامة كانت لزاما والتوجه الاستراتيجي لضمان أن هناك قدرة لدى منظومة الحكومة والمتعاملين معها كذلك خارج المنظومة في الاستقراء لما سيكون عليه وضع الميزانية مستقبلا. فكان هذا هو الحقيقة المنطلق الأساسي في الركيزة الأولى. بعد ذلك الركيزة الثانية وهي مرتبطة بالأولى وتتعلق كذلك بحسن إدارة هذه الأموال أو هذه التمويلات من ناحية تخصيصها على وجه أو أوجه الإنفاق، سواء فيما يتعلق بالخدمات الأساسية أو كذلك التنمية الاقتصادية من باب آخر فيما يتعلق بالبنى التحتية إلى آخره. فكان هناك الحقيقة إعادة نظر في طريقة إعداد الميزانية والمنهجية المعمول فيها لضمان أن هذه الإيرادات أو التمويلات يعني تذهب إلى مصارف الإنفاق المناسبة التي تحقق النمو الاقتصادي والحماية الاجتماعية وتلبية الخدمات الأساسية للمواطنين. الركيزة الثالثة وهي تصب تماما فيما سيكون عليه مواضيع هذه اللقاءات ل3 أيام القادمة، وهي جودة الحسابات وكذلك الرقابة المرتبطة بها. مهما عملنا من تحسين إعداد الميزانية ومهما كانت السياسات المالية مستدامة، إذا لم يكن هناك تركيز على جودة الحسابات، لأن الحسابات هي ما ترصد العمليات المالية أيا كانت من بدايتها وحتى انتهائها. لا يمكن لمنظومة الحكومة كما هو أي متعامل آخر مع المال عموما، سواء المال العام أو المال الخاص، لا يمكن له أن يقيم الأداء إلا بوجود بيانات موثوقة ومتوفرة وبطريقة مناسبة. ولضمان أننا في النهاية نستطيع أولا أن يعني ننتج بيانات ويتوفر لدينا بيانات تساعدنا في تقييم الأداء بعد اعتماد الميزانية وبعد تنفيذها ومراقبة أدائها، لا بد الحقيقة من التحول إلى نوع آخر من إثبات العمليات المالية عما هو معمول فيه حاليا. حاليا منظومة الحكومة عموما تتبع ما يعرف بمبدأ الأساس النقدي، بمعنى آخر عندما يتم الدفع أو الاستلام للعملية المالية يتم إثبات الحدث. وكما هو معلوم يعني لدى الكثير أن هذا الحقيقة يعني يعاني من ضعف كبير في قدرته كأساس لتمكين المتعامل مع هذه البيانات لتقييم الأحداث المالية في حد ذاتها والأداء عموما للميزانية كما ذكرت سلفا. وبالتالي قررنا استراتيجيا الانتقال إلى ما هو أفضل من ذلك، وهو التحول إلى مبدأ الاستحقاق، بحيث أن العمليات تثبت عند وقوعها وليس لها علاقة باستلام النقد أو صرفه. وأنا ذكرت أن هذه الركيزة مرتبطة بكل أعمال المؤتمر وكل ما يتعلق بالتقييم، لأن عناصر القوائم المالية كما تعلمون هي مشكلة الحقيقة من عدة أنواع، ليس أقلها بالنسبة للحكومة تحديدا العقارات على سبيل المثال. ولعل أخي معالي إحسان يعني عندما يصل الدور إليه يتوسع في هذا الحديث، ولكن قطعا مسألة التقييم بالنسبة لنا عنصر جدا مهم ومؤثر كثيرا على قدرتنا على الخروج بقوائم مالية موحدة للمركز المالي للحكومة، نستطيع من خلاله أن نعطي ثقة لأنفسنا كمتعاملين وكمعدين لهذه القوائم المالية، ولوكالات التصنيف كذلك، والقطاع الخاص بحكم أنه متعامل مع الحكومة من جوانب أخرى. آخر ركيزتين أقولها بسرعة لأنها ليس لها علاقة مباشرة بما نحن بصدده اليوم. الأول يتعلق بالاستغلال الأمثل لأصول الدولة عموما، وأنا تحدثت عن مكونات هذه الأصول سريعا. والآخر هو تعزيز المكانة الإقليمية والدولية للمملكة العربية السعودية. ولعلي يعني أذكر كذلك من يعني شيء لطيف اليوم أن هذا المؤتمر يمكن هو أحد الأساليب والأدوات التي نسعى إلى تحقيقها في وجودنا إحنا كمملكة عربية سعودية في الخارطة الدولية.
شكرا معاليك. يمكن لو نبغى نلخصها على شكل عناوين: الاستدامة، تحسين الصرف، وكذلك الجودة، هي ركائز أساسية اليوم الوزارة المالية فيما يتعلق بهذا الجانب وارتباطه في موضوع التقييم. معالي الأستاذ إحسان، نتحدث اليوم يمكن هي فرصة مناسبة ومواتية للحديث عن اختصاصات ومهام الهيئة وفقا لتنظيمها، لو نلقي بس الضوء عليها والارتباط الذي يقع بينها وبين موضوع التقييم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أولا أشكركم على هذا المؤتمر والتنظيم والحضور الرائع صراحة. اليوم نحن نشاهد صناعة تقييم كبيرة جدا في المملكة، وهذه هامة وأنا وانها. في ال9 سنوات منذ أن أطلقت هيئة التقييم شاهدنا كيف مفهوم التقييم بدأ يتقدم في المملكة، وصل المواصيل إلى وصلت له اليوم. طبعا إذا خلصنا أدوار الهيئة، طبعا الهيئة انبثقت من وزارة المالية، كانت مصلحة أملاك الدولة آنذاك، وجاء القرار الملكي في سنة 1939 بتحويلها إلى الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة. اختصاصاتها لو تكلمنا عنها وقلصناها في 4 ركائز: هي حماية عقارات الدولة بشكل كبير، الإنتاجية لعقارات الدولة، استدامتها، الجودة والكفاءة. ناخذ في سبيل المثال الحماية. اليوم عقارات الدولة هي المعنية بتوثيق جميع ما تمتلكه الدولة من عقارات، سواء داخلية أو خارجية، سواء كانت مباني حكومية، أراضي حكومية، منشآت، أي منشأة ممكن تكون موجودة في المملكة ليست ملكية خاصة فهي تعتبر ملك الدولة. والآن هذا الأساس اللي نحن نتعامل فيه في جميع القضايا التي تأتينا من جراء الملكيات المتنازع عليها. هذا الآن حمى بشكل كبير من الاعتداء على عقارات الدولة أو أراضي الدولة. في السابق كانت في ممارسات أنه شخص يدخل على أرض ويمتد فيها وكذا. اليوم قانونيا يعتبر هذا يجرم كعمل. فالقوانين اليوم تسمح لنا، نحن عملنا كمان تشريعات مهمة جدا مكنتنا من أنه نحن ننفذ هذه القرارات بالتعاون مع الجهات المختصة في الدولة زي الأمارات، زي مراكز الشرطة الداخلية إلى آخره. فالحماية ركيزة كبيرة جدا. واليوم أتمتنا كل البيانات التي تخص العقارات اللي هي ترجع للدولة، وبهذه الأتمتة كمان استطعنا نصب في ملكية الدولة ومعرفة تقييمها. وكمان هذا الآن يأتي في تكلم عليه معالي أبو نواف عن موضوع التحول من الكاش بيس إلى الاستحقاق. اليوم نحن عندنا تقييم يأتي بشكل دوري، فبالتالي الهيئة تساهم بشكل كبير في معرفة موازنة الدولة من ممتلكاتها العقارية. نأتي إلى الإنتاجية. الإنتاجية ركيزة مهمة جدا. اليوم عندنا عقارات كثيرة تستخدمها وزارات، والنظام في السابق كان كل وزارة أو كل جهة في الدولة كانت معنية بعقاراتها. اليوم لا، الدومين هو عقارات الدولة لصالح الجهة الفلانية، وعندما الجهة الفلانية لا تستفيد من هذا العقار ممكن تحويله مرة أخرى لعقارات الدولة، ويصير عندنا تقييم لها واستخدامها في جهة أخرى. يعني ممكن تكون مدرسة تعليمية بكرة تستخدم لمركز شرطة على سبيل المثال، أو كاتب عدل ويتحول إلى مركز صحي أو شيء زي كذا. المهم أن العقار هذا يستخدم استخدام أمثل. الإنتاجية كمان تحث علينا أنه نحن كمية الأراضي الموجودة في الدولة العائدة للدولة
ممكن تستخدم بالتعاون مع القطاع الخاص لبناء منشآت هامة ومنشآت تهتم فيها الدولة، أو منشآت مثلا تحول من الاستئجار الذي يعني تجد جهات تستأجر خارج محفظة الدولة من العقارات وتستأجرها في داخل الدولة. يعني تحول الاستئجارات هذه إلى بناء طويل المدى مع مطورين من القطاع الخاص لبناء منشآت هامة تحتاجها الدولة، فيصير هناك تعاون ما بين القطاع الخاص في بناء البنية التحتية العقارية للدولة، فهذا يرفع من إنتاجيتنا ويجعل من المباني مباني مستدامة لمدة أطول. بعد كده دخلنا في موضوع الجودة. استخدام هذه العقارات يأتي بدليل استرشادي بالتعاون مع زملائنا في كفاءة الإنفاق والمنشآت. استخدمنا الأدلة هذه في استخدام العقارات هذه لاستخداماتها المدة الطويلة. هذه أهم الركائز التي نقدر نقلص فيها دور الهيئة اليوم.
شكرا معاليك. يبدو أنه التقييم ينعكس بشكل أو بآخر على موضوع الكفاءة والجودة ويستمر هذا الأمر. سعادة المهندس فيصل، الحديث أيضا يقودنا اليوم عن دور تقييم في تنظيم المهنة. مرة أخرى نعود لموضوع الجودة ورفع جودة هذه المهنة، لو تحدثني أكثر.
صحيح. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا، والله يحييكم في مؤتمر التقييم في نسخة 12. دور تقييم اليوم كفل لها نظام الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين عندما صدر في 2012. اليوم أكملنا تقريبا 10 سنوات في رحلة ترسيخ المهنة في المملكة العربية السعودية. 10 سنوات قضينا فيها في إعداد الأنظمة. أنا بشبهها برحلة، بدينا في إعداد أنظمة ومن ثم انتقلنا إلى إعداد لوائح منظمة للعمل، سواء كان في منح العضويات أو حتى في منح شهادات الزمالة أو حتى في التعليم المستمر. انتقلنا بعد ذلك من إعداد البنى التحتية من نظام ولائحة وأدلة استرشادية إلى إعداد مسارات تدريبية لكل الفروع. اليوم عندنا في الهيئة اليوم الحمد لله 4 فروع، الخامس إن شاء الله في الطريق، اللي هو المعدن الثمين والأحجار الكريمة. بدأنا من حيث انتهى الآخرون. أعددنا مسارات تدريبية، مناهج للحصول على الزمالة في كل فرع. حضرها تقريبا إلى اليوم منذ تأسيس الهيئة أكثر من 40,000 متدرب. فيما يخص المسارات التدريبية، هناك اعتمادات متبادلة اليوم بيننا وبين أغلب المنظمات اليوم اللي حاضرة معنا في مؤتمر التقييم الدولية. بعد ذلك، بعد ما عدينا البنية التحتية وأهلنا الأعضاء، يتم منحهم العضوية بناء على مستويات معينة. بعد ذلك، بعد منح العضوية هناك لازم يعني مش فقط بس مسار تدريبي، لا، لازم اكتساب ساعات خبرة. ففي خبرة عملية مطلوبة وخبرة علمية مطلوبة، يتم دمجها بعض والحصول على الترخيص. يمكن أهم دور اليوم جالسين نلحظه اليوم ونجني ثماره موضوع الرقابة المهنية اليوم على تقارير التقييم. عندنا رقابة لاحقة ورقابة سابقة، برواكتيف ورياكتيف. اليوم عندنا أنظمة إلكترونية يتم إيداع جميع التقارير فيها، يتم عمل سحب عينات عشوائية من التقارير لمراقبتها مراقبة لاحقة أو سابقة. فدورنا اليوم كفلها النظام زي ما ذكرت لك في موضوع التنظيم وعمل الدورات التدريبية اللازمة، منح العضويات، الرقابة المهنية، وأخيرا التوعية. فإحنا اليوم عندنا اليوم جالسين نناظر المهنة كعميل وكذلك المقيم كعميل، ورسمين لهم رحلة تبدأ من إعداد نظام ولائحة، تدريب، منح عضوية، ترخيص، ورقابة على أعمال المقيمين، حتى وصلنا إلى موضوع أن نقيس رضا المستفيدين النهائيين من تقارير التقييم. أعتقد اليوم قدرنا نوصل إلى مرحلة خلينا نقول جيدة. ما هو طموحنا، لكن الحمد لله يعني قادرين إن شاء الله نوصل إلى أعلى خلال السنوات الجاية
إن شاء الله. معالي المهندس عبد العزيز، يمكن تحدثنا عن الركائز الاستراتيجية المرتبطة في وزارة المالية. سؤالي القادم يعني حول الأثر الاستراتيجي، وتحديدا في جانب الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين. وين يكمن دور المقيم اليوم المعتمد في خارطة الاستراتيجية للمنظومة المالية بشكل عام في المملكة؟
جميل. طيب، شكرا جزيلا على السؤال، لأنه الحقيقة مهم ويجب أن يحفز تفكيرنا على التساؤل التالي: ما هي علاقة هذه الخدمة المهنية التي ترعاها هيئة المقيمين على الاقتصاد والمال ككل في المملكة العربية السعودية. وضمن سؤالك أخوي جمال ذكرت منظومة المالية، ولكي يكون الجواب أكثر تركيزا من جانبي لعلي بس أضع إطار محدد للمنظومة المالية بدءا بوزارة المالية، وسأعرج إلى حد ما كيف تتأثر وزارة المالية كونها من يعني تقود موضوع السياسات المالية العامة والميزانية تحديدا العمومية للدولة. اثنين، من مرتبط كذلك بوزارة المالية بطريقة أو بأخرى هيئة عقارات الدولة يمثلها أخي معالي أبو هاشم، وكذلك هيئة الزكاة والضريبة والجمارك، وبالإضافة لهيئة السوق المالية، وإلى حد ما يتعلق بالبنك المركزي. هؤلاء يشكلوا اللاعبين الرئيسيين في تشكيلة المنظومة المالية. ولك أن تتخيل لكي يعني الجواب يكون مباشرة على تساؤلك جمال فيما يتعلق بالأثر الاستراتيجي، كل ما ذكره الأخ فيصل تخيل أنه غير موجود. نرجع بس بالذاكرة إلى 20 سنة سابقة، 15 سنة سابقة، ولك أن تتخيل بين قوسين اسمحوا لي على هالعبارة: الفوضى، عدم الاتساق، عدم الموثوقية، عدم الاعتمادية. ولكنها ليست الحقيقة عبارة القصد منها وصف المشهد، وإنما انقل نفسك الآن للأثر على القوائم المالية. اليوم المتعاملين في تداول للأسهم المدرجة يتم تقييم الأسهم بناء على يعني استعداد البائع والمشتري للوصول إلى رقم معين. عندما نخرج من الأسهم المدرجة تبدأ الأسئلة: كيف نقيم يعني قطاع أعمال يتم شراؤه؟ كيف نقيم أرض؟ كيف نقيم مبنى؟ كيف نقيم مجوهرات؟ وهكذا. فلو لم يكن عندنا إطار مهني منضبط كما وصفه أخي فيصل وكما يرعاه مجلس الإدارة لهذه الهيئة، ستكون الموثوقية كما بدأت حديثي في السؤال السابق، ستكون الموثوقية متدنية، وقدرة المتعاملين معها كذلك ستكون متدنية جدا. كذلك هيئة الزكاة والضريبة تعتمد على قوائم مالية لتحصيل مستحقاتها، ويجب أن يكون لديها ثقة في تلك القوائم المالية، والثقة ممتدة إلى من يقوم بالتأكد من هذه القيم، سواء أراضي أو عقارات أو قطاعات أعمال إلى آخره. وهكذا بالنسبة لهيئة السوق المالية، وهكذا بالنسبة للبنك المركزي، ليطمئن أن القوائم المالية للبنوك كذلك تعكس بعدل القيم المشار إليها، والتي تعتمد أساساً خاصة في قضية الإقراض على يعني تقييمات للعقارات تحديداً فيما يخص الرهن العقاري. نأتي الآن للقوائم المالية المستهدفة لمنظومة الحكومة، وهذه ستشمل من ضمن ما ستشمل كما ذكرت العقارات، وهي محفظة كبيرة جدا متعددة الأنواع والمواقع الجغرافية. ويمكن أخي أبو هاشم معالي أبو هاشم ذكر ما يتعلق بالاستخدام، ونحن الآن لم نصل إلى قرار النهائي عن كيفية الوصول إلى ما يجب أن يثبت في السجلات المحاسبية. ما في شك بالنسبة للتقييم أخذنا بمنهجية معتمدة تكاد تكون دولية، واتفقنا كذلك مع الزملاء في هيئة المقيمين أن يقوموا هم بالمراجعة والتحقق أن العمل يتم بشكل منضبط بإذن الله. وبالتالي استراتيجيا أنا حبيت بس أعطي نقيض ما يمكن أن يكون عليه الأمر. لو نتخيلنا أن هذا كله غير موجود، الحقيقة لكانت التساؤلات كثيرة، والغبن يمكن قد يصل إلى حد كبير إلى درجة مرتفعة بين المتعاملين في هذه الأصول.
جميل. لا زال يمكن في جانب الأثر مع الأستاذ حسين، والحديث هنا عن الأثر الاقتصادي والاستراتيجي، وهو عنوان هذه الجلسة من أعمال التقييم. هل لك أن تسلط الضوء اليوم يمكن عن هذا الأثر والدور الذي تساهم به الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة في موضوع التقييم؟
يعني امتدادا للحديث اللي تفضل فيه أبو نواف، اليوم لما ندخل التقييم على منهجنا في التعامل في العقار خاصة عقارات الدولة، اليوم عقارات الدولة هي اللي تقيم المناطق اللي ينزع فيها برقعة كبيرة في الدولة. اليوم أنتم شايفين النشاط صار في مدينة جدة، في مكة، بعض أحياء في الرياض. هناك نشاط كبير جدا في النزع، والنزع هذا ركيزته الهامة هو التقييم. ولكن اليوم، وإذا تكلمنا عن بعد شوية عن نظام النزع إذا تبغوا الآتي إن شاء الله، سوف يكون هناك تغييرات شوية على النظام، ولكن كلها تؤثر وتعمل قاعدة للأسعار التي ممكن تسود في المناطق هذه، وهذه ترفع من فعالية العقار في الاقتصاد المحلي، في المؤشرات الاقتصاد المحلي. لما يكون هناك نزع بقيمة معينة، فهذا بالتالي أدى إلى كم هو قيمة هذه العقارات اللي تدخل في الجي دي بي المحلي العقاري. المقيمين اليوم زي ما قلنا هناك صناعة كبيرة جدا حتكون قائمة على التقييم، والأثرات حنشوفها بشكل أكبر. والآن بما أننا نحن اليوم ما نأخذ أي مقيم إذا ما كان معتمد، فبالتالي الصناعة هذه سوف يكون لها تنظيم أكبر، وسوف تعتمد على التقييم اللي يجي من مقيمين معتمدين.
جميل. مهندس فيصل، يمكن من كما ذكر معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز من الفوضى إلى التنظيم، ومن عمل غير منظم إلى عمل ذا جودة. يكون هنا سؤال مهم جدا عن رحلة التقييم نفسها، عن تطبيق المعايير الدولية بالنسبة لكم في تقييم. واعرف الجيرني هذه والرحلة من وين بدأت، وش المراحل اللي مرت فيها، ولوين وصلت.
طيب، رحلتنا في تطبيق معايير التقييم الدولية بدأت من 2013 عندما انضمت المملكة العربية السعودية ممثلة بالهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين لمجلس معايير التقييم الدولية. اليوم الهيئة عضو فعال في مجلس معايير التقييم الدولي ممثلة في 3 لجان: مجلس العضويات ونشر المعايير، مجلس مراجعة واعتماد المعايير، وكذلك المنتدى الاستشاري. بدأنا في ترجمة أول نسخة للمعايير في 2013، يمكن كانت هي النواة اللي انطلقنا منها اليوم في الرقابة على تقارير التقييم. عقدنا كثير من ورش العمل والدورات التدريبية المتعلقة بمعايير التقييم الدولية. حدثنا كل ما تحدثت المعايير لنا الحقوق في ترجمتها إلى اللغة العربية، ويمكن ترجمت مرتين بعد 2013. يمكن أكبر مؤشر على نجاح تطبيق معايير التقييم الدولية اليوم هو تكاملنا مع صندوق التنمية العقاري. ارتفعت جودة التقارير اليوم كنا نلحظها من 50% إلى 80% اليوم في تطبيق المعايير. صار في نضج اليوم في الشركات السعودية الخاصة بالتقييم، صارت تنافس يمكن حتى الشركات العالمية. كل هذا جالسين نجني ثماره لأنه في رحلة اليوم بدأناها في 2013، ما زلنا مستمرين فيها في تطبيق معايير التقييم الدولية. كذلك المراقبة على تقارير التقييم يمكن يعتبر جزء مهم للتأكد فعلا أن التطبيق هذا تم على أرض الواقع.
نعم. بعود لمعالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح. تكلمت يمكن في بداية إجابتك في السؤال الأول عن الركائز وارتباط هذه الركائز في واحدة هذه الركائز هي موضوع الاستحقاق. وهنا أود أن أسأل، هل هناك مشروع لتهيئة القطاع العام لتطبيق التحول على أساس الاستحقاق المحاسبي؟ أيضا كيف راح يأثر هذا المشروع على المنظومة المالية في المملكة بشكل عام؟
جميل. طبعا من ضمن جوابي على السؤال الأول فيما يخص الركائز، ذكرت الركيزة الثالثة المتعلقة بجودة الحسابات، وذكرت كذلك سريعا فيما يتعلق بالمقصود بجودة الحسابات أن يكون هناك موثوقية في القوائم المالية التي تعدها منظومة الحكومة لتمكين صاحب القرار من الوصول إلى القرار المناسب في الوقت المناسب. الأساس النقدي هو الحقيقة يفتقر إلى أساسيات المتطلبات الموضوعية لتقييم الأداء، لأنه مرتبط بحدث يخضع يعني ظروف ليست تحت سيطرة من يتخذ القرار، لأنها مرتبطة بالدفع أو الاستلام، وهذا طبعا يعني افتقاره جدا عالي لأساسيات وموضوعية رصد الأحداث المالية في السجلات المحاسبين. السؤال عن المشروع يمكن أجاوبه بطريقة مختلفة. هو ليس مشروع، بل أكبر من ذلك بكثير. هو توجه استراتيجي اتخذ قراره في 2017، وهو برنامج يشتمل على، لا تحضرني الأعداد، ولكن أكثر من 13 مشروع، كلها تصب في هدف نقل الحكومة في مسك سجلاتها المحاسبية من الأساس النقدي إلى أساس الاستحقاق. وهذا البرنامج عندما بدأ في 2017 كان في رؤية واضحة تماما إلى أين نرغب أن نصل في إعداد القوائم المالية ومتى. وبالتالي بدأنا الحقيقة بمجموعة من العناصر والمقومات للتحول إلى أساس الاستحقاق، بدءا بوضع المفهوم أو المفاهيم والإطار العام، وانتهاء بإعداد القوائم المالية وتمكين المحاسب القانوني من تدقيقها بإذن الله. بين الخطوة الأولى والخطوة النهائية المستهدفة فيها الحقيقة عدة مقومات وعناصر بدأنا فيها، منها ما انتهى ومنها ما لا زال هو قائم، وأخرى إن شاء الله قادمة في الأشهر القادمة. ابتداء بتبني المعايير الدولية المحاسبية للقطاع العام المعروفة بإبساس. شكلنا لجنة فنية واخترنا في أعضائها من هم أصحاب اختصاص في هذا الأمر، وخرج منها تبني كامل للمعايير الدولية المحاسبية للقطاع العام. بعد ذلك انطلقنا من هذه المعايير في الحقيقة سن سياسات محاسبية. المعايير هي إطار تعمل فيه الجهة والمنشأة في إعداد قوائمها المالية. السياسة المحاسبية هي أداة التطبيق تماما. بعد ذلك عملنا ولا زلنا كذلك على ممكنات تتألف من تدريب الموارد البشرية، تهيئتهم لأنها تتطلب الحقيقة مهارات مختلفة عن الأساس النقدي، وكذلك تطوير بنية تحتية رقمية لتمكين الجهات الحكومية من التسجيل بالطريقة المناسبة، ووضع نموذج تشغيلي وهيكل تنظيمي معتمد بشكله العام لكافة الجهات الحكومية. وكذلك من خلال مركز التحول للاستحقاق في وزارة المالية استطعنا هذا ذراع تنفيذي إشرافي رقابي يساعد كافة الجهات الحكومية في تحقيق هذا المستهدف، وهو إعداد القوائم المالية. الحمد لله اليوم يعني أكاد أجزم أننا وصلنا إلى مستوى متقدم جدا، ليس الحقيقة في بناء النموذج للوصول للمستهدف، بل وصولنا للمستهدف في تمكين الجهات الحكومية من إعداد القوائم المالية. هناك عدد غير قليل اليوم أصدر قوائمه المالية المدققة وفقا لأساس الاستحقاق بناء على معايير المحاسبة الدولية، وفي الطريق إن شاء الله عدد آخر بإذن الله سنتمكن من دعمه من خلال المركز. لعلي بس أربط جمال كذلك هذا السؤال، وهو سؤال فني اللي ذكرته في التحول الاستحقاق. أين يقع هذا التحول الاستحقاق من دور هذه الهيئة التي اليوم يعني نسعد بالوجود مع الزملاء في تحقيق هذا الحدث الكبير. عندنا اعتمادية كبيرة جدا على منتجات هيئة المقيمين من خلال المقيمين المعتمدين اللي أصبح بيننا وبينهم علاقة وشراكة تعاقدية الآن يساعدونا في تقييم العقارات تحديدا. بدأنا هذا المشوار والله الحمد قبل تقريبا سنة ونصف كما يعلم أخي فيصل، وقطعنا شوط كبير في رصد وجرد العقارات بالمحفظة. الآن أصبحت واضحة المعالم، نعلم تماما كل عقار، كل أرض، كل مبنى، مساحته، أين يقع، ماذا يجاور من حيث العقارات التي يمكن كذلك استخدامها للاستدلال على قيمة هذا العقار. تبقى أمامنا تحدي هو مراجعتها والتحقق منها بإذن الله من خلال كذلك الهيئة، وكذلك تبقى عندنا عنصر آخر فني بحث محاسبي، هل يتم رصد هذه القيم في القوائم المالية أم لا؟ بيننا وبين مجلس المعايير الدولية نقاش لا زال قائم حتى نصل إن شاء الله إلى قرار النهائي.
جهود مباركة إن شاء الله معاليك. مع الأستاذ حسان، يمكن ذكرت في معرض حديثك عن تنظيم الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة نزع الملكية. بدنا نسمع منك، يمكن هذا سؤال مطروح ودائما يتكرر عليكم، مستجدات نظام نزع الملكية ما هي؟
طبعا اليوم هناك نظام اليوم متبع، ولكن في دائما الاشياء يعني قابله للتطوير. فالهيئه العامه لعقارات الدوله تبنت انها هي تكون الجهه الواحده اللي هي تطور هذا النظام، زي ما طورت انظمه كثيره عقاريه استفادت منها جهات في الدوله. نظام النزع الجديد طبعا ما اصدر، ولكن على وشك ان شاء الله. الملامح اللي نقدر نتكلم عنها انه هو الان في له تبني من جهات عقارات الدوله. اليوم الجهات الاخرى التي تتقدم بمشروع نزع لابد انها تاتي الى لجنه، واللجنه هذه تراجع الموضوع مش بس من حيث الموضوع الاقتصادي، لا الاقتصادي الاجتماعي، التعويض كيف يكون. هناك نلجا نحن الى اساليب اخرى اليوم للتعويض. ممكن يكون التعويض نقدي، ممكن يكون التعويض عيني، ممكن يكون التعويض مساهمه في شركه الى اخره. فكل هذه الاشياء تدرس من حيث اللجنه وياتوا بالقرار الانسب. طبعا الركيزه المهمه اللي تهمكم في هذا المؤتمر انه لن يكون هناك مقيم غير معتمد يكون في اللجنه، والمقترح يكون المقيمين 3 مقيمين مستقلين هم اللي يقوموا بعمليه التقييم في النظام الجديد. واذا صار في تظلم او شيء زي كذا ترفع الى لجنه اخرى فيها 3 مقيمين بدرجه ارفع من درجات التقييم التي موجوده لدى هيئه التقييم. فهذه بعض الملامح للنظام. كمان النظام ياخذ في عين الاعتبار الاشياء التي طرات الجديده من المواضيع الاقتصاديه، زي اليوم هناك ضريبه في الشراء. فعندما تقيم لشخص لابد انك تاخذ في عين الاعتبار انه هناك لما يشتري عقار اخر ليست فقط تقييم المبنى، ولكن في اعباء اخرى. يمكن يكون في اعباء اجتماعيه، اعباء يعني سنتمنتال يسموها للسكنه في منطقه معينه، مجاوره والى اخره. في شغله يسموها الهاردشيب. فطبعا النظام الجديد بني على دراسات كثيره انعملت دوليه، وان شاء الله يحظى برضاء الجميع.
تطلع متابعته ربما وخروجه قريبه باذن الله. شكرا لك معالي. مهندس فيصل، التقييم اليوم له اهميه، والاهميه هذه يمكن تنعكس حتى على قرارات الاستثمار نفسها، وارتباط ايضا التقييم برؤيه 2030. نود ان نسمع منك تفاصيل حول ذلك.
طيب، التقييم مهم مش بس في موضوع الاستثمار. يمكن الاستثمار هذا احد اغراض التقييم. اليوم معايير التقييم الدولية كفلت كثير من الأغراض اليوم، منها البيع، الشراء، البيع القسري، الاندماج والاستحواذ. يعتبر الاستثمار أحد هذه الأغراض. تطبيق معايير التقييم الدولية اليوم وإعداد التقارير التقييم يكفل للمستفيد الموثوقية ومعرفة فعلا إيش الأشياء المرتبطة بالمنشأة اللي أنت راح تستثمر فيها. كذلك زي ما ذكرنا قبل شوي، موضوع تقرير التقييم يحدد الغرض من التقييم في وقت محدد لغرض محدد لأصل محدد، مما يساعد في اتخاذ القرار المناسب في الوقت المناسب. هذا فيما يخص موضوع اتخاذ القرار ودوره في اتخاذ القرار. تقرير التقييم اليوم يساهم في زيادة الشفافية. كثير من المعلومات اليوم المرتبطة بالاستثمار كما ذكرت موجودة في تقرير التقييم. هذا يساعد المستثمرين اليوم في وجود المعلومة وشفافيتها، يبني قراره فعلا على أسس واضحة. وبالتالي اليوم زي ما ذكرنا تطبيق معايير التقييم الدولية هو الأساس، يكفل لك فعلا أنه يكون التقييم اليوم يستند عليه في اتخاذ قراره. المعلومات اليوم اللي موجودة في تقرير التقييم ترانسبيرنسي، شفافة، تخول لك اليوم الأريحية في اتخاذ القرار. هذا فيما يخص موضوع الاستثمار. فيما يخص موضوع الرؤية 2030، الهيئة السعودية المقيمين المعتمدين منذ انطلاق الرؤية في 2016 كانت ممكنة لكثير من المبادرات اللي تم إطلاقها والبرامج. شاركنا في برنامج التحول الوطني عند إطلاقه في 2016 عن طريق 3 مبادرات، والحمد لله تم الانتهاء منها في 2020. كان أهم المبادرات الموجودة اللي ممكنة لتأسيس البنى التحتية حتى يمكن لقطاعات أخرى، اللي هو تنفيذ معايير التقييم الدولية. كانت المبادرة الثانية لتنفيذ تقييم المنشآت الاقتصادية. الثالثة لتأهيل المواطنين للعمل في قطاع المعادن والثمين والأحجار الكريمة، واللي إن شاء الله راح يرى النور قريبا إن شاء الله في من ضمن فروع الهيئة
بإذن الله. معليك بعود بس لموضوع الاستحقاق يمكن المحاسبي بهالجزئية وانعكاس دور مهنة التقييم والمقيمين في مشروع تطبيق التحول على أساس الاستحقاق المحاسبي. هل لك أن تحدثني عنها أكثر؟
جميل. أنا وعدتك جمال أني أكرر كلمة موثوقية والثقة، والآن أضيف إليها مصداقية. القوائم المالية أيا كانت، سواء هي تعبر عن منشأة فردية أو منشأة حكومية أو كذلك منشأة مدرجة في سوق المال تداول، إذا افتقرت إلى المصداقية انتهت تماما من قدرتها على قبول الناس لها المتعاملين مع تلك القوائم المالية، أو قدرة القائمين على هذه المنشأة في استخدام البيانات المالية لاتخاذ القرارات. وبالتالي لا بد من إضفاء الثقة والموثوقية والمصداقية إلى هذه البيانات المالية. وأنا أخذتكم في رحلة سريعة في 5 دقائق كيف بدأنا مشروع التحول إلى الاستحقاق، تحديدا بوضع المفاهيم واعتمادها، انتقالا من معايير ثم السياسات المحاسبية والممكنات وهكذا. لو لم نأخذ بهذه المنهجية بين قوسين لا نستطيع أن نحقق المصداقية، لأن لا يمكن أن تكون قرار فردي لمختص أو غير مختص داخل منظومة الحكومة كيف سيتم التحول. وبالتالي أخذنا التجارب الدولية، زرنا يمكن 5 دول سبقتنا في تطبيق الإبساس، عرفنا تجاربهم، من ضمنها نيوزيلندا، من ضمنها فرنسا كذلك، من ضمنها النمسا، وزرناها لغرضين: موضوع تبني هذه المعايير، وكذلك تطبيق الحل الرقمي لتسجيل العمليات المالية. وبالتالي حاولنا منذ البداية أن نضمن أن نوصل لمستخدم هذه القوائم المالية حقيقة أن هذه القوائم المالية ستكون ذات مصداقية. عنصر آخر مهم خاصة في من ينتقل من أساس نقدي إلى استحقاق، الجهات المستقرة واللي طبقت الاستحقاق قد لا تواجه هذا التحدي، لكن عندما تبدأ تقريبا من الصفر في محاولة حصر وجر كافة أصولك الملموسة وغير الملموسة، الثابتة والاستثمارية إلى آخره، هناك تحدي كبير في ضمان أننا استطعنا بالفعل أننا نحصر كل شيء. وبالتالي يعني قررنا أن نعدد المصادر التي من خلالها نتأكد من وصولنا إلى حصر كامل نقي تماما من حيث الجر وعكسه في القوائم المالية. بعدها انتقلنا إلى القيم، يعني نعم حصرنا العقارات، ماذا عن القيمة؟ كيف سنعكسها في القوائم المالية؟ وهنا أركز على المصداقية لكي نحقق المصداقية لكل المتعاملين الداخليين والخارجيين أيا كانت انتماءاتهم إلى قطاع عام أو قطاع خاص، دولي أو محلي. تأكدنا أننا الحقيقة نمضي كذلك بانضباط في مسألة هذا التقييم، وأننا كذلك نعتمد على المنتسبين إلى المهنة، سواء كأفراد منتسبين إلى الجهة التي اخترناها لمساعدتنا في التقييم، وكذلك لضبط في النهاية ما نصل إليه من خلال اتفاق مع هيئة المقيمين لضمان أننا نوصل هذه البيانات إلى مستوى مرتفع من حيث المصداقية، ونمكن كذلك زملائنا داخل منظومة الحكومة من الثقة في هذه البيانات لاتخاذ قرارات كثيرة جدا، سواء في مسألة الإبقاء أو التصرف أو إعادة الاستخدام لهذه الأصول.
معالي الأستاذ حسان، يمكن ذكرت قبل قليل أدوار المقيم في النظام الجديد لنزع الملكية، لكن أنا أبغى أسمع منك أكثر حول أدوار المقيم المعتمد في النظام الجديد لنزع الملكية، إذا كان ممكن نسلط الضوء عليها أكثر.
طبعا هو يلعب يعني بشكل رئيسي، المقيم هو يلعب دور رئيسي في نظام النزع الجديد. استبدل النظام الجديد المقيمين التي كنا نعتمد عليهم من الغرف التجارية أو من الهيئة أو موظفين الدولة أو الآخرين أو اللجان اللي كانت ب3 مقيمين معتمدين. فعندما يحدث أي موضوع نزع أو موضوع تقييم لأي غرض ما، فيكون هناك الاعتماد الكلي على هذول المقيمين المعتمدين، وفي حالة صار في تظلم أو شيء زي كذا يرفع إلى درجة ثانية ونرفع درجة المقيمين إلى درجة أعلى. يعين محافظ الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة يشكل هذه اللجنة، وهذه اللجنة تقوم في التقييم الثاني اللي يأتي ما بعد التظلم إذا حصل. فهذا الدور المقيم في نظام النازع إن شاء الله الجديد.
شكرا لكم. أنا ما أملك إلا أني أشكركم حقيقة أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح كبير مستشاري وزير المالية ورئيس اللجنة التوجيهية في وزارة المالية، معالي الأستاذ حسان بفقي محافظ الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة، وسعادة المهندس فيصل المنديل الأمين العام للهيئة السعودية للمقيمين الدوليين. وأشكركم جزيلا حضورنا الكرام لحسن إصغائكم اليوم والاستماع إلى هذه الإيضاحات والإضاءات التي أدلى بها أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا.
شكرا لك.
شكرا جزيلا للمتحدثين ولرئيس الجلسة. يتفضل الآن سعادة المهندس فيصل المنديل بتكريم المتحدثين ورئيس الجلسة، بدءا بمعالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح كبير مستشاري وزير المالية ورئيس اللجنة التوجيهية في وزارة المالية. ومعالي الأستاذ إحسان بافقيه محافظ الهيئة العامة لعقارات الدولة. وأيضا رئيس الجلسة الأستاذ جمال المعيقل. والآن ضيوفنا الكرام نتوجه لاستراحة لمدة 15 دقيقة. Now we're having a break for 15 minutes. Please be here after 15 minutes to continue our program. نعود بعد 15 دقيقة من الآن لاستكمال برامج هذا المؤتمر. حضورنا الكرام، رحبوا معنا بالأستاذة دانا ابابي لتتحدث لنا عن تطورات التقييم في أوروبا. Please welcome Dana Ababi from Anivar.
Good morning. I am Dana Ababi from Romania, from Europe. I am a valuer. I have 25 years of experience in business valuation and real estate, property valuation, machine and equipment valuation, and financial instrument valuation. I am a member of International Valuation Standard Council membership and recognition committee. I am member of the European Group of Valuer Organization methodological board, and I am a member of International Institute of Business Valuation board. Also, I am the 2018 and 2019 president of Romanian Association of Valuers. I am here to present you the stage of the valuation in Europe, the valuation profession in Europe. I do a lot of research about valuation organization all over the world, and now I am here to tell you a few words about the development of valuation in Europe. I will tell you a few words about Europe and the European Union. I will tell you what are the most important valuer association in the world, what are the important association in Europe. I will share with you a few words about my association in Romania and about valuation standard in Europe. I will start with share with you the map of the world, and it's evidenciated the location of Europe and of your country. Europe has an area about 10 million square kilometer. Your country have an area of more than 2 million square kilometer. The population of Europe is more than 700 million inhabitants. And your country have more than 38 million inhabitants. As you know, in Europe, there is a European Union made from 28 states. Romania, my country, is part of this European Union. Romania is shown on the screen with the yellow color. Has an area about 289,000 square kilometers and the population around 19 million inhabitants. About the important valuers organization in the world. I put on the screen the most important valuation with the influence in valuation profession. There are a lot of other valuer organizations, but not with so much influence in our profession. I will start with the IVSC, the International Valuation Standard Council. After that, in my opinion, is RICS, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, the American Society of Appraisal from United States, and Appraisal Institute from United States. I will share with you a few words about each of these organizations. The International Valuation Standard Council is not for a profit organization, acts for as a global setter for the valuation profession serving in the public interest. It's very interesting to evidenciate that acting in the public interest. The origin of IVSC lie in the International Asset Valuation Standard Committee that was formed in 1982. The IVSC is unique in the role it plays as a valuation standard setter. The IVSC consists in 180 organizations from around 137 countries, which more than 60 are from Europe. IVSC develops standards for business valuation, real property valuation, machinery and equipment valuation, financial instrument valuation, and intangible asset valuation. RICS is an organization that is not related only to valuation, is related to the profession in the property industry. The RICS promoting and enforcing standards for valuation, management, and development of land and real estate construction and infrastructure. this association has its roots in the United Kingdom in the year 1792, and started as a surveyors club, and now include more than 125,000 individuals in 150 countries. It's important to know that RICS standard include IVSC standard, International Valuation Standard. American Society of Appraisers. Johnny White is here, and he will show a lot of things about American Society of Appraisers. But me, as a valuer far away from United States, I can tell you that this association was founded in 1936 and is a multidisciplinary and international not-for-profit organization, and representing valuers in all kind of discipline, appraisal review and management, business valuation, real estate appraisal, valuation of machinery, equipment, and machinery, and for, very important, it has a section designated to appraisal of gem and jewelry. There are few organizations in the world that have this section. Also, the American Society of Appraisers include a section designated to the personal property valuation. About Appraisal Institute from United States, was founded in 1932 and include all only real estate appraisal, and has more than 18,000 professionals in 50 countries. Valuation association with influence in Europe. There are a lot of organizations in Europe because valuation profession in Europe is very fragmented. IVSC has influence in Europe. The European Group of Valuer Association has influence in valuation profession in Europe, Royal Institute of Charter Surveyors, and National Association. About IVSC, I told you a few slides ago about TEGOVA. TEGOVA means the European Group of Valuer Organization. As I know, Taqiim is member of the TEGOVA, and it's a very active member. TEGOVA include 72 professional body from 37 countries, from which 35 are from Europe. It's a pan-European association. TEGOVA represent individual and organization from profession related to real estate and valuation, which 32 are professional valuers. TEGOVA include also organizations that, from other profession. TEGOVA issue European standard for real estate valuation, for business valuation, and for machinery and equipment valuation. I told you about RICS few slides ago, and I want to share with you some important facts about National Association of Valuers in Europe. There are no rules in Europe regarding the valuation. There are countries with 2 or 3 organizations like France, Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, Croatia, and there are countries with 1 organization, as is my country, Romania. There are countries with no valuer organization, as is Malta. There are countries with valuers organization classified depending on type of asset that is evaluated. Association for Real Estate Appraisal, Associated for Business Valuers, like in France and Germany. There is my country that has only one association for all type of assets. There are countries which include association with more than one profession. Association of accountants, auditor and valuers, association of architects, association of technical experts, like in Germany, Austria, Denmark, Hungary. About European valuation standard. As I told you, in Europe, the valuation profession is not regulated. Each country can do valuation as it want. There are few European Union rules related to valuation for loans, but those rules only told to the valuers that must be compliant with IVSC or TEGOVA. There are no rules regarding the organization of the valuation. Evaluation of real estate is performed generally by technical experts. Valuation of business in many countries even is a break of code of ethics is made by the auditor or by accountants. And machinery and equipment are evaluated in most of the country by technical experts. The valuation standards are generally national valuation standard issued by the organization or by the state. About the Romanian experience in valuation. Romanian experience in valuation started in '92 when the communist era was finished. There was a need for business valuers. In '92, my organization, National Association of Romanian Valuers, started with business valuers. Was a fully independent body without interference of or backing of the state. Main goal was the seeking the public recognition. Now, step by step, my organization become organization for all type of assets. For me, it's very important to tell you that it's the only one organization of valuers in our country. And this is why we have power to enforce the education in valuation and to enforce the ethical code. ANEVAR today include more than 3,000 real property valuers, more than 1,600 business valuers, more than 1,600 machinery and equipment valuers, 38 financial instrument valuers, and more than 100 valuation report reviewer. It's important for me to tell you that in my country, only the authorized person can review a valuation report. My association include more than 4,100 individuals and more than 550 companies. Is member of the European Group of Valuer Associations since '96. It's member of IVSC since '96 and is founding member of World Association of Valuer Organization. Represent Romania in board of director, 9 years in IVSC board, 12 years in the Tegova board, and it's founding member of WAVO. ANEVAR today develop, approve, and publish technical standards, guidance notes, and informational paper and advisory guidelines. And very important for us is our association has its own research institute. We start with the Valuation Research Institute in 95. Romanian standard incorporate all international valuation standard, few European valuation standard in order to harmonize the Romanian valuation standard with the European law, and some Romanian issue standard in order to harmonize the Romanian law with the international and European valuation standard. We have also guidelines regarding to valuation of cultural goods, regarding the discounted cash flow, the cost approach of fixed asset, and intangible asset valuation. Thank you. If you have a question, I am here. Also, I'm here till the end of the conference if you want to ask me in the break something.
Thank you indeed, Dana ابابي.
I don't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for the speech. Do you have any in-kind compensation in Europe for the real estate? In-kind compensation, not financial compensation.
I don't understand.
In-kind.
If I have some.
If I want to take a real estate, you have two options. Either you give them financial compensation or in-kind compensation. So I can give them another, real estate property or something like that. As an exchange, not financial compensation.
In Europe, there are many standard use. We do valuation for transaction. We do valuation for financial reporting. We do valuation for fiscal purpose. We do valuation for litigation. If it is the question.
He needs to know if you have any mechanism for the swap deal in the real estate deals.
In my country,
yes.
There is no compulsory to do valuation for transaction. Only the parts decided if they want valuation for transaction. But there are a lot of valuers working for counseling the client for transaction.
Thank you for your presentations. My question is, who does the accreditation for your valuers? Is it your organization?
Sorry for you. now I understand. In Europe, there is no certification for all the valuers. Each country issued their own certification. Tegova has some certification REV related to residential valuation. Valuers of real estate property. RICS has a register for valuers, but RICS is dealing with all the profession related to real estate, not only the valuers. But in the country where the association is not strong, it's very well recognized the RICS designation. There are some country like mine or other country that issue their own certification, their own authorization. After you graduate the course, a lot of exam, interview and evaluation report for this exam. There are few types of certification, only for business valuers, only for real estate appraisers, only for machinery and equipment. You must graduate each course. The course include more than 160 hours, stage within 2 years, with a lot of exam that must be passed with the 70% from 1,000, and is not easy to become a valuer because we have a lot of responsibility.
Thank you.
If
Thank you for your speech. Dr. Madani from Egypt. Your experience, it is very similar to Egypt's experience in standard. I saw you don't use IVS directly. You use your own standard, correct?
yes.
Okay, why?
We start to use our own standards in 2004. After that, in 2009 or 2010, we decided to use international valuation standard.
Now,
And until 2013 or 14, I think 14, we use only international valuation standard. But International Valuation Standard Council recommend to VPOs to use IVS and also to be compliant with the local law. So Romania is part of European Union and we must apply European Union law. And IVS standard cannot include paragraph related to European Union law. And also we have national law. And as a citizen of Romania, we must respect our law. So in 2013 and 14, we decided to follow all IVS and to explain in the other Romanian standard how this IVS standard can be applied in order to respect European Union law and in order to respect Romanian law, because otherwise it's not okay.
okay. Anyhow, inside IVS, it is allowed to you to use your own standard if there is any contradiction between you and let me ask the question because again, who revised the report? As we listen to the first session, we we more validation for the report. Who in Romania revised? Who judge whom? The profession themselves or organization or something like this?
ANEVAR, Romanian Association of National Valuers, issue the standard and looking for the right application of the standard. There are no other body upper than ANEVAR.
They are not professional.
And the
This other body, they are not professional. They just judge and revise the report. This answer very important to us because
in Romania, Ministry of the Finance give to ANEVAR the power to organize the profession, and only authorized valuers can review evaluation report.
he revised his colleague report.
Valuation report.
How come? There is competition.
If I do a valuation report, only an authorized colleague of mine can revise my report. The Romanian standard aren't revised by.
Okay, thank you very much.
So see you in the breaks.
Thank you indeed, Dana ابابي. يتفضل الآن السيد جون ماث من IVC ليتحدث لنا عن مستقبل مهنة التقييم. Our valued audience, please welcome John Math.
Thank you. Hope you can all hear me. My session will take us out to lunch, so I'll try my best not to go further than we have to. Just wait for the presentation to load. And here we are. So just quickly, a little bit about myself. My name is John Mathy. I work primarily in litigation. I've been an appraiser, a valuer for over 20 years, and I'm accredited with the American Society of Appraisers, the Australian Property Institute, the Auctioneers and Valuers Association of Australia, and the Forensic Expert Witness Association. So my presentation today will be broken up into about 7 sections. We're going to talk about professions in a general sense, what it means to be a profession, who qualifies as a member of a profession. Is a truck driver a member of a profession? Is a management consultant a member of a profession? So we're going to take a look at that. Then we're going to look at our profession. We're going to look at a number of components that make up this profession. It's far more than just practitioners. There's regulators, standard setters, VPOs and the like. We're going to talk about what our focus is. Why do valuers and appraisers exist? What is the need that we serve? And then we're going to change track. We're going to talk about change. What are the components? What are the different types of change that are happening? And then we're going to find out what's driving this change globally. Next, we're going to try and identify some of the skills that the new employees are going to demand. These are skills that are in demand now and may be in demand in the future. And then I'm briefly going to talk about some conclusions. So the professions. In essence, the professions as a whole, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, or a valuer, we serve a fundamental human need. And that is that no human can know everything. So when we have a problem with our vehicle, we seek a mechanic, or if we have a medical issue, we look to a doctor. If we have a tax issue, we seek out an accountant or tax specialist. And if we have a valuation problem, we seek out a valuer. In essence, what we do as professionals of a member of a profession is that we share our expertise and knowledge to meet the requirement of the recipient. And it's significant. The contribution of the professions to society and to the economy is huge. Most writers on the subject believe that the professions make up over half the global workforce, so it's significant. There are 4 contributing similarities between professionals who belong to a profession. The first is that the members of the profession, they possess expert knowledge that the layperson does not know. 2, generally to get into this special club or this profession, you need to be able to have credentials. You can't just pay your way into the profession. You need to be able to demonstrate that you can do the work. Generally, they're regulated. Sometimes they're regulated by government. Sometimes they're self-regulated, and sometimes they're a hybrid of both. And most importantly, members of the profession share 4 significant common sets of values. We're just going to talk about these values in a general sense. And although expertise may not be quite a value, what it is being able to hold your level of professionalism and attain your expertise. The desire to educate yourself to that level. 2, members of professions hold certain level of ethics. They hold strong moral principles in the work that they do. They hold integrity. They're honest and they have ethical behavior. Most important is trust. When you say you're a professional, it indicates that there's a level of trust, that you can trust that when you engage them, that the work is going to be for the benefit of the recipient. The professional is going to put the interest of the public and the recipient before their own interest. That's the most crucial point. And you heard the panel today discuss some of the fundamentals and some of the pillars. And trust was one of the most important ones. How does valuation profession fit in the global sense? And this changes slightly from country to country. But if you have a look at this latest global index, doctors, scientists, and teachers are the most trusted professions. All of these professionals of these 3 professions hold credentials. They undertake a large body of study to become educated. But most important, they're trusted because they put the interest of the recipient before their own. Where do valuers fit in this scheme? It's difficult to say because we don't often have surveys that test the public response. Now, our profession. When we talk about our profession, there are many components. If we take stock of this profession, generally, most writers believe that there's over 400,000 practitioners globally. But if you think about the global workforce, in 2022, there's around about 3.32 billion people make up the workforce. Valuers make up about 0.01%. So it's a very small segment, a very specialized segment of the global workforce, but our contribution is huge. In other words, we punch way above our weight. And as far as modern professions go, we're relatively young. Doctors and lawyers and professors have been around for over 2 millennia. Appraisers, as far as we can sort of identify from history, is that the earliest sort of principles were written around the turn of the century. And our discipline, our profession has multiple disciplines, starting with real property and business valuation as the largest. And that hasn't seemed to change for some time. But these are the components of our profession. Our profession is far more than just practitioners. Of course, the public and the recipients are up the top. But it's incredibly important to realize that all these components are just as important as each other. You can't have professionals with expert knowledge if you don't have educators. You need advisory bodies, such as the International Financial Reporting Standards Council and the International Accounting Standards. All these advisory bodies feed into our general standards, which are standard setters such as the IVSC and the Appraisal Foundation. We need investors to invest, big organisations to invest, to employ appraisers and to help gain some of the work. And of course, our valuation professional organisations such as Taqiyyim and the ASA and ANIVA and RICS, etc., they're most important. In fact, sometimes the VPOs are also the educators and also the standard setters and credentialers, and also sometimes the regulators. So they play an incredibly important role. But our industry is not without criticism. Some of the criticisms that we've found come back, one that's unaffordable to the majority of the public. The same way healthcare in many countries is unaffordable for some, so too is a criticism that valuation services are not available to everyone. And transparency. Quite often we're criticised that practitioners don't put all their workings in the report, so it's hard to find out how you got from A to B. How did you come to your conclusion? Many reports don't show that. There's some general talk about some narrative about depreciation or some due diligence and how they got, but there's no workings. So it's difficult for the recipient or the reader of the report to find out. And two, we're often accused of using jargon, the way lawyers do and way doctors might use Latin terms, is that some of our language is not user-friendly to the recipients or to the layperson. I'm going to change track now and focus on recipient-centered approach to our profession. If we look at the foundation of our profession, you could quite easily argue that there are four key components, four pillars: the standard setters who set the agreed way of us performing our duties, the educators who educate us and give us the competency to do what we want, the valuation associations who help with credentialing, who help with oversight, and who help with promoting the values of the association for the members' benefit. And of course, there's the practitioners. All of these participants are focused outwardly for the recipient. So I pose these three questions that I pose. If in an ideal world, our best expertise would be made affordable and accessible to everyone, if that's our ideal world, you would want to have medicine available to everyone. You would want to have accounting and legal services available and valuation service to everyone. Would that not be the best outcome for society? My second question is, what is it about our profession that makes us so unique and our services so unique and so indispensable that no other system and no other person can do it? What is it, besides the work, besides providing valuation, what is it that no one else can do? And thirdly, my third question is, if our focus is outward and it's providing affordable, accessible, expert knowledge to the recipients and to the public, does it really matter how the knowledge is obtained, how recipients receive this expert knowledge? So let's talk about change. Change happens all the time, but there are different dimensions to change. Change isn't always a big bang moment. It's not always a slow boat to China either. It happens at different paces. Generally, most of the writers on change believe that there are three key dimensions to change. We'll start with the bottom one, which is developmental change. This is changes in perhaps the way that we do things in a casual or incremental way. They're small changes. We want things to be a little bit more efficient, a little bit more improved efficiency, but they're generally minor changes that happen. Then there's transitional change. This is change where we replace processes. Instead of using, for example, instead of using print-based products, we're using digital products. So that's a transitional change. And probably the most dramatic change is transformational change. This is the sort of change that really changes the culture. It's my belief that we're on the brink of a fundamental change in the way that we deliver expert knowledge. And change brings a lot of emotions. When you talk to people about change, quite often the very first thing they say is denial. I mean, we've all heard changes. We've all seen and heard reports that the valuation profession has been dismantled, or valuers will be extinct in 10 years. We've all heard these sorts of things. So quite often denial is one of the very first emotional changes that come through. We then feel frustration when things aren't going the way that we want, or our competitors are doing something different and we're not keeping up. And at the very bottom of the table is self-doubt. This is where it drives us to change and make our mind up to start to integrate with these changes and accept digital and other forms of change. You then tend to go into experimental stage. And this is where you try something that feels uncomfortable, but it's in the mainstream. From that leads to a decision. You somewhere along the line make a decision to accept the new way of doing things. And from that, you integrate yourself into the new change and into the new way that things are done. So a lot of it's based on emotional and psychological aspects, but it's important to know how we deal with it and what the path out is. I see that there are three possible scenarios, very distinct possible scenarios. Let's start with the bottom one, which is this dismantling of this profession. I think this is the most unlikely. We often get told that, we're going extinct and that, appraisers are a dying profession. But in some ways, our profession is slightly being dismantled because of technology, but that doesn't mean that we're going to go extinct. So the bottom one, I think, is the least likely scenario. The next sort of scenario is that it will be kind of sort of same of the same, familiar way of doing things. We'll do things the same way, but we might streamline. We'll become more efficient. We'll find digital ways of doing things a little bit easier and delivering our message. But it's going to be kind of same of the same. And the most dramatic transformation will be that systems will take over much of the routine. The routine work, the mundane work, the very simple work will be overtaken by humans to systems. In fact, that's already happening. So they're the three scenarios. And I don't think it's going to be one or the other. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to go through a major transformational change with systems. The big organizations at the moment have very sophisticated models, not just automated models, but AI, artificial intelligence models that can look at millions of sets of data and automate the process. So I think it's going to be a combination of the two. What's driving this change? Often people say, oh, it's technology driven, but technology is driven by humans. So there's a social element to this change. As the world becomes smaller, we tend to look to ways to work together easier and produce better results. So these are the four key elements of change that are drivers of change. First, globalization. The world's getting smaller. People are more connected than ever. Immigration is continuing at an incredibly fast rate. Borders are coming down in many jurisdictions. Big organizations are expanding. They're going to many different countries. So globalization is one of the drivers of this change. Media, what we really mean by media is social media. Social media is changing the way that the public communicates and gets their information. Not too many people now go and get a newspaper. They receive their news by social media. They connect with each other. They get jobs by social media. Even the latest generation after the millennials, Generation Z, they don't even use banks now. They pay via apps and share money that way. So social media is changing everything, not just because it's a good medium to transfer information, but also the collecting of data. We now have enough data to that is around about, we expect about 70 zettabytes of information stored on our digital, on the internet. That's huge. And that data is being driven to companies are using that data to make decisions. Demographics. If we think about demographics, it's quite, it's not in your face, so you don't feel it all the time, but demographics are driving a lot of change. The birth rates of some of the largest companies and countries in the world, like China and India and the United States, their birth rates is very low. They're around about 1.3 to 1.4. To have increased population, you need a birth rate of 2.1. So populations in the large companies are decreasing. In fact, the largest increase of population is expected to come out of Africa, where the birth rate's around 5.6. And there's reasons for that, and we can talk about that later. And of course, technology is changing. Technology helps us improve delivery and efficiency. And the systems out there now they're already out there. We just don't feel them from the day-to-day basis. But the technology that's out there now is so powerful and so capable that it will take many of our routine tasks away. So that's what's driving change in our profession. But that leads to, where do we go? As an appraiser, or as someone running an organization, as a CEO, or as a management consultant, or as a regulator, what do we need to do to keep up with this change? And much of it comes down to self-development. That's why becoming an appraiser is important. Passing the test, do your training, have your apprenticeship, but you've got to continue it. It can't stop with just getting your accreditation and paying your membership fees. You must improve yourself. Improving yourself means that you stay relevant. You need to understand technology. You don't have to understand how to code, but you have to understand the terminology, understand where it's going. Because as technology changes, you don't tend to feel it straight away, but as it hits you, it can be felt quite dramatic, and then the path to catch up can take a long time. You need to understand what skills the employers of the future will want. And it's not all about technology skills. Your repertoire is your toolbox. What do you have in your toolbox as an appraiser, or as a regulator, or a manager, or CEO of an organization? What do you have in there that gives you the advantage or the edge? If your only repertoire is to do valuations and it's just generic, much of that will be taken away in the future. You need to either become very specialized or add some skills. And they may not be valuation skills. They may be personal communication skills. They may be advanced technology skills in a different field. But it's important to build up your repertoire so that you stand out. So we're going to go into skills, and we're going to discuss what sort of skills will be likely in demand. They're not all about technology. So in the past, in the Western society, we talk about STEM skills, which is your science, technology, engineering, and math skills. They're the basic skills that we've had in the future. But now there are new skills called SMAC, which is social, mobile, analytics, and cloud. These are incredibly important skills. They're not casual skills. It's about understanding how social media works, understanding how the cloud. Many companies have their entire database on the cloud. In fact, there are companies more and more who are using blockchain for supply. Blockchain is all about decentralization, so you need to understand that. And when we talk about skills, we often divide them up between hard skills and soft skills. Your hard skills are the technology know-how, but just as important is the soft skills. How do you interact with people? How do you interact with clients? What are the skills that you have to understand what your clients need, or work in a team in an effective way? So they're soft skills. So most of the writers believe that in the future, these are the key skills that are going to be required by employers. In fact, in demand at the moment, the soft skills are really high in demand. If you think about analytical skills, you have to understand them and develop them. That's difficult to do, but it's achievable through education. Technical skills, we talked about technology. Communication skills, and this is not just about digital communication, this is about communicating as a society, communicating with your group, communicating with your participants, with regulators and VPOs. How do you communicate? Critical thinking, that's one of the most important soft skills you can have. Critical thinking is about solving problems, not just solving your own problems, but solving problems for the participants. If you can solve these problems because you've got the skills for recipients, then you're going to be in high demand, regardless of your technology skills. Planning skills is important. We talked, if we listened to the discussion panel this morning with His Excellency, and some of the pillars that got brought up were about how important planning, short-term and long-term planning is, and being able to meet those benchmarks. You need to understand your product. You can be a generalist, it's fine, but you need to understand your product. If you deal in a certain area that's more specific, you have to have the knowledge, and that only comes from education and experience. Problem-solving skills, similar to critical thinking, but you need to be able to understand how to sort things out. And that comes from experience. You can't read that in a book. You have to experience in the field. So this takes time, and time management, of course, which is like planning. These, if you look at all these skills that are in demand, the majority of them are technology. They're not digital skills, they're human being skills, they're social skills, the skills that enable us all to connect, regardless of what country we're from, or what profession, or what tasks are undertaken. These skills are the most important skills going forward. So if I come to my conclusions, I've broken it up into two areas. I've got some broad conclusions, and then I've got some specific ones. If we talk about broad conclusions, I'll start with this one down here about the market. Quite often people say, well, technology is taking over much of our work. But if you think about the need for valuation, the market is growing, and we expect that the market will grow. The need for valuation services globally is going to grow. The problem is we don't have enough experts. We talked about having over 400,000 practitioners in the world. That's less than 0.01%. So as this demand grows for valuers, we need to fill that need. And that's going to take regulators. That's going to take VPOs such as Taqiim and ASA and ANIVA. It's going to take educators and standard setters. We need to be able to meet that need. If we can't meet that need with people, then the systems will take over, and the systems will fill that gap. That's why it's important that we have a policy from a global sense that uses both elements of people. We need to get younger people into this profession because, quite frankly, our profession is quite old, particularly in Western society. Many of our members don't start off as valuers. They come into the profession later as a second or third career. And most of them are grey like me. Systems are becoming far more sophisticated and capable than ever before. There are systems out there now that can do virtually half of a lawyer's work. Most of a lawyer's work used to be going out and getting research on cases and finding out which ones would, what's the best sort of outcome for your client. Most of that research was done by paralegals and underlings and lawyers. Nearly all that work now is done by systems. There are systems out there that can manage medical imagery. You used to have radiologists that used to look at your x-rays and your scans. There's systems now that can do it far better. In the medical field with medicine, most hospitals around the world now have automated medicine dispensary robots. And there's a little robot walking around here today, but that can deliver medicine in hospitals with zero error. In the United States alone, pharmacists make about 1% of mistakes when they're dispensing medicine. That equals about 33 million errors. So these systems are going to take over. We'll get to technology in a minute. Now, sustainability. This is something ESG, and one of our speakers, or a couple of our speakers, are going to speak on this later on in this conference. But environmental, social, and governance policies are going to influence a lot about strategies, particularly with organisations that use valuation services. They're going to be highly influenced by this dimension of ESG, and that's going to influence the strategies that these organisations move forward with. Operations, companies, and particularly CEOs, boards are putting CEOs under a lot more pressure to streamline their expenses and their operations so that their things are done cheaper and they're done faster. People expect that you can get a valuation much faster. They don't want to wait anymore, and they don't want it to be costly. So operations are going to have to become far more streamlined and far more cost efficient. And the workforce, this is an important social factor. We talk about demographics, but the workforce is going to become far more diverse than it's ever done before. By 2025, it's predicted that 1 billion women will enter the workforce. And this is what's changing the demographics about the birth rates, because women are no longer at home as much as they used to be. So they're in the workforce. So they're not home having families. The problem with that is because of our own success, medicine has become so good that we live longer. The problem is that there are not as many young people being born to service the older people. So there's going to be a gap to service that, and probably where that's technologies and systems are going to have to take over. But the workforce has become incredibly diverse, and particularly because organizations now have branches all over the world. They're going to have to work together, not just with translation of language, but how do they operate and work together culturally so that they can operate efficiently. And technology is driving change. But technology isn't just driving change for us. Our recipients are using technology to empower their change. They've got more availability of data and information just in their mobile phone than they've ever had before. So it empowers us, but it also empowers them. And that's what's driving a lot of this, that we think is going to drive a lot of the decisions that companies and organizations are going to make. And finally, these are just my 10 short conclusions to where the profession's going. We talked about technology. We talked about how it's empowering us, but it's also going to empower our recipients and users of the report. I haven't talked about this one yet, but this is really important, the reputation. There are reputation systems out there now that rate doctors, lawyers, valuers, and many others. This is on social media, so it's not controlled. It's very difficult to control. Having a bad reputation on the internet, when people look up, your services, if you've got 2 or 3 strikes, that can destroy your business, your reputation. So reputation systems are going to be incredibly important in the future. In fact, in the United States, there are managers out there that have software so that you can manage your reputation. So people who leave you bad reviews, you can wipe them off or change them or make it so that things aren't so bad. Skills are important. It's not just talking about being an accredited appraiser because you've got the skills to be an appraiser. You have to have the skills to communicate, the skills to work as a team. So personal and social skills are going to be important. The next one is online, it's communities. And what I mean by communities, I mean online communities. Universities do this very well, particularly researchers. When COVID happened, the universities around the world, they have their own online community that they can share information. We think this is going to be one area of growth. VPOs have their own internal communication, online community, but we think there's going to be far more global online communities just for appraisers. So appraisers from different countries can exchange knowledge and find out ways of doing things better from a global sense. And nobody owns that. That's going to be in the net, in the internet, in the cloud. So that's going to be important. We expect that client expectations will change. Clients don't want to wait a long time for a report. They don't want to pay a lot of money. So we expect that that's going to drive a lot of this systematization. Excuse me. Next is something we haven't talked or we haven't touched base with, but we think that there's going to be the rise of what we call paraprofessionals. The same way you have paralegals that do some of the general work. They're qualified, but they're not fully qualified to represent you in court. Same with the medical profession. Once only doctors could give out medicine or prescribe medicine. Now nurses do it. So I think we're going to see the rise of para-valuers. They might just do inspections, or they might just do the groundwork. They may not be fully credited. In fact, they may not be valuers at all, but I think that's an area that we're going to see increase. Next is standards. We have international standards. We also have standards from different regions and geographies, but standards are going to have to change as well. We've got environmental issues coming through, social issues. So these standards are going to have to adopt. I mean, if a computer is the one that's doing all the work with some of these systems, who's going to set the standards for the people who write these computer programs? Who's liable? Who's responsible? We talked about ESG. ESG is right now changing the strategies of companies and organizations. They're relying on ESG to set their strategies for the future. Mergers and acquisitions, I think you're going to see that there are going to be valuation associations who are going to merge. But also I think you're going to see that there are going to be a lot of larger organizations gobble up some of these smaller ones. So that's, we're expecting is going to continue in order to gain market share. And finally, my last tip there is on education. The way that education is delivered is changing. It used to be that you used to have, when you wanted to take a class, you go into a classroom and you might have 30 or 40 or 50. Now you can have online classes of 1 million. Literally 1 million attendees at a class. So education is going to have to change as well. And finally, I'd like to just read my favorite quote, and it's not the strongest species of the species that survives, nor is it the most intelligent, but it is the one most adaptable to change. Charles Darwin. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir. Just this gentleman in the front. Do we have a roaming mic?
Thank you, John. Well done. I have 2 questions, actually.
Yes.
When you mentioned at the very beginning of your presentation that the way that the valuer concluded or reached his final result is not well explicit in the report.
Yes.
And shouldn't that be, we are by law ought to show the methodology and the practices we use to reach the number, but we leave something for what is called secret of the profession, if that might be applicable in our line of business. That's my first question.
Yes.
Second question, one of the most obstacles that, especially the real estate appraisals.
Sorry, I didn't hear that fan's quite
one of the most obstacles.
Oh, obstacles?
Yeah, that the real estate appraisers face is the data mining and collection and relying on those data. What would be your advice for such a case? Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think first of all is that we don't, we get often criticized that we like to guard our information. We're the gatekeepers of this specialized information, and quite often we get criticized that we only put enough information there at the very base level because we don't want to put it all out there. So that's a genuine criticism. If we put more information in there, what the fear is that we won't become as relevant because people can take that information and do it themselves. So I think that's going to continue. But the problem is if we're building trust, for us, the discussion panel this morning talked about trust a lot and about how important having standards and having a planning and program to get to a certain path. If we can't provide that trust as practitioners in our reports to the people who make decisions about risk, I think that's going to be a critical problem. I think what will happen is that trust if it slightly gets eroded because we're not producing the quality and the information, I think you will find that organizations will create systems that do it themselves. They won't just look at 2 or 3 reports. They'll look at thousands and thousands of reports in these big databases, and they'll draw their own conclusions and credibility. So that's one thing. 2 obstacles for real estate valuers at the moment. In my country, Australia, many of our real estate valuers who do residential property the fees are very low because the banks won't charge much, but 2, their work is declining because the banks and institutions have all the data for not just a decade, for decades and decades of sales. Their systems are so sophisticated on photographs, on the locations of infrastructure and things like that, that you can go to the banks almost for free without paying anything and have a range of values on a property that's not as accurate as the valuer, but it's pretty close. And I think that's going to be one of the obstacles for the real estate valuation is that if residential, which is very sort of simplistic valuations, is declining, how are they going to stay relevant and upgrade their skills for commercial? How are they going to make the transition? Because commercial real estate is very complex and difficult. And I think that's, in my opinion, where real estate valuers are going to have to make the choice to go to. So there are obstacles, and a lot of it is to do with technology, I think. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello. Thanks, John, for your presentation. It was very fruitful for us. I would like to ask you about your previous slide. You mentioned the technology and systems, not the last one, the one before.
Yeah.
From my point of view,
yes.
I believe we are in the era of technology. And here where you can have mix of the data or the previous data as well as the artificial intelligence and all these things.
Yes.
From your experience, do you think there is any global valuation software or system that can be helpful for the valuation profession from your experience?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. That's a really great question. And that's, if you go to the exhibition room, you will see there are companies in there that already have systems for business. I didn't know they existed, but for business valuation as well. So there are systems available now, models there that are basically doing all the hard work. They have access to all the data or data, huge volumes of data, and virtually the appraiser or the valuer just puts their inputs in and perhaps a bit of narrative. Now, systems can't take over from humans. We know that with driving automated vehicles, they're taking a lot longer than they used to, than they were promised. They should have come online, according to Tesla, they should have come online a few years ago, but they're taking a lot longer. And the reason for that is because you need huge amounts of data. Human beings learn very, very quickly on watching what comes around them, but automated systems need massive amounts of data, and that takes a long time. So I think it's not there yet, but I think you will find that these sorts of programs are going to be able to assist the valuer to a certain level that they can get most of the routine work done. They will then put in their level of expertise to assess whether it's competent and reasonable, and then they will do their own narrative. But the most of the groundwork will be done by these automated systems. In fact, I talked to 2. I talked to one in there that was a business valuation. I talked to another company that has an automated model for real estate, and they're very sophisticated. So I think that's going to be the new tools of the future. I don't think appraisers are going to do a lot of the groundwork they used to do. Or if they are, they're going to rely on big systems, credible systems for their inputs. And they're going to use technology. They're not going to do as much research. They're going to let these systems do the research. But it will take time. I hope that answers your question.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. John.
Marhaban.
Marhaba. It's nice talking to you, and it was very pleasant attending this seminar. I would like to, you just mentioned the para-professionals.
Yes.
And I think as valuers as we are, I think without them, we are, you could say we are handicapped. How could we solve this? Through the IVSC or through what? Because to get to work as evaluator, you have to get your fellow member and finish all the courses. And there is a gap in there.
There is a gap.
There is a gap. So I don't know if you have an answer for this. I would be really delighted and very happy to hear it from you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll do my best to answer that question. I think human beings, valuers and appraisers are going to make a choice. I think you're going to say to yourself, I am going to stand out and make myself in demand, or I will become part of the system. And I think the ones that want to become part of the system and are happy to do that and just earn an income and perform certain tasks, I think they're going to be the paraprofessionals. I think they're the ones who are going to do the groundwork. The problem is, and the reason there is a gap, because the reason that professions have survived for so long and contribute to society and economics so much is because of the trust. For example, I mean, I can't cut a person open with a knife. If that happened, you would call the police. It'd be assault. But if I was to say I was a doctor, you have no problem. In fact, you'd make sure there's room around and assist me. And the reason is not so much that you trust that person. You may not know that person, but you trust the profession. You know that in order to become a doctor, you've undertaken huge amounts of study. You've demonstrated. You've had a journeyman experience. So we trust valuers to do the right thing and put the recipient's interest before us, but we also trust them, that we trust the profession as a whole, that if you say you're a valuer or qualified appraiser, that you've achieved a certain, that the profession has made sure that you've achieved a certain level. When it comes to paraprofessionals, I think there is an opportunity there to provide accredited service to that level, but it won't come, I don't think, from the valuation setters. I think this will come from the fact that systems will take over much of our automatic routine work. And I think it's really going to be driven by us as a valuation community. And I think it will come from the VPOs, such as Taqeem and ASA. I think you'll find there will be a gap there that needs to be filled, and they're the ones I think that will drive it. I hope that answers your question. No more questions? Thank you. Been a
شكرا جزيلا للسيد جون ماث. نتوجه الآن لاستراحة لمدة ساعة، نعود بعدها لاستكمال برامج هذا المؤتمر. ندعوكم لتناول وجبة الغداء، سيرشدكم مضيفون إلى القاعة. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a lunch break now for 1 hour. Please join us after 1 hour at 1 p.m. to continue our program. Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، نرحب بكم مرة أخرى، ونبدأ الآن الجلسة الحوارية بعنوان التقييم في المنظمات المهنية. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the discussion panel, VPO's role in valuation, moderated by Richard Berkmeyer from IVC. رحبوا معنا بالسيد ريتشارد بيركماير الذي سيدير هذه الجلسة الحوارية.
Good afternoon. How was lunch? Good? No comment. Must have been good. So my name's Rick Berkmeyer, and I have taught for Taqiyyim a number of times, so I've been here a number of times. I'm delighted to be back. And in this afternoon's panel, we're going to talk about VPOs, and I'd like to introduce my panelists, Dana, ابابي, John Matty, and Johnny White. So if they would come on out. So before we get started here, what I'd like to do is, Dana is with Anavar. She spoke earlier, but just a brief introduction about Anavar. Then I'll shift over to Johnny White, who will talk a little bit about ASA. And then John Matty is joining, who last presented was the last session. So Dana.
Hello again. I like very much to speak about my organization, National Association of Romanian Authorized Valuer. Why I like so much? Because I enjoy to be valuer. I have 25 years experience in evaluation, and I was involved in this association since '96. Anavar was founded in '92. So for 26 years, I was involved in the volunteering for this association. I must tell you that the board of directors of our association is volunteering, is not paid, but work a lot in order to get the respect for the profession, in order to inform the user, the end user, that this profession, evaluation profession, has public utility. In our association, we started with courses. Now we deliver courses for all type of assets, not for gem and jewelry, but for other type we provide education. Also, we provide seminar and conferences. Our members must get certification every year, and they get certification if they have 20 hours CPD, continuous education program. They don't get these 20 hours if they don't pass a test with 70% promotion of this test. Also in my organization, we take care about ethical code. We have a monitoring system, and we have a discipline committee. We understand that we are an association of valuers, but in order to get the public recognition, we must serve the public interest, not our member. So if we have some issue with the evaluation report done incorrectly, or with the valuer that do not respect the ethical code, we can apply some punishment. If we understand that if we protect this member, we disrespect the other correct member, and we disrespect the public utility. We learn a lot from American Society of Appraiser. We had courses for machinery and equipment evaluation many years ago. And also we learn a lot from Appraisal Institute. We translate the courses for real estate valuation. And we have in place a lot of seminar according to the evolution of the technology and evolution of the financial market. So, Johnny, if you can share with us about the American Society of Appraisers.
Thank you very much, Donna. So the American Society of Appraisers is actually, Donna did a great summary of that organization in her presentation, and I'll give you a little bit more detail about our organization. We're 85 years old. We've been around since 1936. We just celebrated our 85th anniversary. We had our annual conference in Tampa, Florida. And the great thing about ASA is it's very unique in the sense that we represent all the different asset classes of appraisers. We have 5,000 members, over 5,000 members worldwide. We have over 75 chapters worldwide. We have chapters throughout the US. We also have chapters outside the US. We have chapters in Europe, Mexico, Japan, and Australia. So as you can see, this is a global organization. And as I stated earlier, we're very, very unique in the sense that we represent all the different asset classes. So we have business valuation, we have machine and equipment, we have real property, we have gem and jewelry, we have personal property, and we have appraisal review management. So each of these different disciplines have their own set of courses and education that we require our members to go through in order to get their accreditation. But we have two types of accreditation. We have a AM accreditation, accredited member. In that scenario, you have to go through the educational courses that we have, in addition to having 2 years of experience. And then we have the ASA, that's a senior appraiser designation. Same process, you have to go through the education requirements, and then you have to have 5 years of experience. And then at the end of each of these processes of taking education, you have to submit an appraisal report that shows that you understand how to develop a opinion of value with your appraisal report. So that's what makes this organization unique in terms of all the different disciplines that are associated with the organization. One other thing that's great about this organization is that we collaborate with a lot of different organizations. As we stated, we collaborate, as Donna stated, we've collaborated with ANAVAR. We've collaborated with many different organizations around the world. And for example, we've collaborated with Taqiyyim for many years. We actually have helped them and assisted them in their machine and equipment education. And we're working on other areas with Taqiyyim in reference to expanding their educational offering through the partnership that we're developing through ASA. So through this goal of expanding the profession, we at ASA find that partnering with other organizations, not only in the US, but outside the US, is going to better the entirety of the profession. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. My name is John Matthew, and I'm the secretary of the IVC of this conference. This conference started back in the late 90s in India, and although we are not a VPO, we act as a sounding board, a global sounding board for practitioners and participants of this profession to come together. And I'm happy to contribute to this panel. Thank you.
Right. So, John, let me ask you a question first.
Of course.
What direction do you have for Johnny White here on your suggestions for the direction that the VPO should be going in the next 5 years? Now, is that a good question, or is that?
No, that's an excellent question. Thank you. And I'm not surprised you asked me, but I would suggest that that members themselves are going to change. VPOs are going to have to adapt to the different type of workforce. The workforce is going to become far more diverse. So we're going to have VPOs that reach out and understand how to reach different diverse groups of appraisers coming through. I think that VPOs are going to have to allow different categories. There may be, I suspect there'll be far more specialists becoming valuers, but they may specialize in very unique fields such as perhaps green energy, or there may be a specialist in wind farms or something like that. I think you will find that there will be a lot more speciality coming through. So VPOs, I think, will need to cater for that in one way or another.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I mean, I think as we're looking at our vision and I wouldn't say 2030 is the end goal, but as you're looking out at the vision of a BPO, you have to adapt. I mean, as we've seen the stats, I think by 2035, most of the leaders of organizations are going to be from the millennial generation, and then you have the Generation Z right behind that. And this generation is a little bit different when it comes down to education and the way that they absorb education. They're not like us that are older, where we like to sit in front of a lecture. I mean, they like the combination of a hybrid type of education where there's virtual, there's some immerse, hands-on type of things where they're involved in the education. So as VPOs, we need to transition our education to meet this new audience, because if we don't, then we're not going to attract them to this field. And then we also have to think of our models a little bit different too. I mean, as you look at, again, this younger generation, the way that they subscribe to things, very different. And I'll give you an example, music-wise. So when I was buying music, I would buy an entire album, even though I might like all the songs, but I bought the entire album. This new generation, they are more of a subscription base, meaning they just want pieces of different things. So we have to, as a BPO, have to think differently on how we provide our education. You know, we may have to look at these different models of a subscription where they're only getting stuff from an a la carte rather than the entire album, as I use as an example.
Go ahead.
I want to say something. I think a great provocation for the next years is how to attract young people in our profession. I saw in the morning the discussion that was discussion about old people that are valuers. And I think we must enhance the need of young people in our profession. We must tell to young people how they, what they find in our profession, why they must come to become a valuer, not an auditor, not an accountant, or a technical expert. In my country, we start a program for attract young people, but it is not is in the first stage. If we have a next conference, I want this subject to be on the topic, because I want to learn from other people how to attract. I know what I like in my profession. I like that I don't have the same job every day. Every 3 weeks, 2 weeks, I change the project. I meet a lot of people. I know a lot of companies, but I must learn how to explain to young people what they get here. They get only money. We all know that there are not so big money in valuation involved. I don't know in your country how many money you earn. It's not a discussion this, but all over the world aren't big money, but it's a lot of satisfaction. A guy told in the United States when I was to a conference that we must tell to the young people what make us happy in this profession, not other words. I don't know if in Taqiim is the same problem, but I know in my country is a problem and I want to be solved.
Yeah, I mean, I think John said this earlier. For some countries, and again, it's not all countries, but I see this in the US, a lot of people are coming into the valuer profession as their second career. They've done something else, and then they come into this career because they've gotten experience from this other profession, and they bring that to this type of profession. And so what we need to do as a profession, the entirety of the profession, is really increase the awareness of valuers, appraisers. I mean, use two different terms, but the same. But you have to increase the awareness of this profession, and you got to start early. And so one of the things that we're doing at ASA is trying to see how we can get to the younger individuals, maybe even before they select their university or college, so that when they go to college, they're starting to take courses that are related to evaluation. So then that time when they do select their career, they understand what this career is and they're going to go into this field. But you got to start early in reference to creating that awareness of this profession.
I will comment that the Taqiyyim is a younger version of Arnavar and ASA. They've been at it, I believe it's about 15 years or so, but they've done quite a good job of in their country of announcing the education and providing that sort of thing. By the way, that'll be an excellent topic for the next time. I had the same discussion at lunch. A number of the appraisers in the room have gray hair,
Yes.
and you know, looking for the next generation of appraisers and how to educate them and how to pull them in. I wanted to, before I get off of the education thing, I wanted to get some comment on, you know, we're coming out of COVID, and before COVID, we were sort of doing a lot of our teaching in person. Has COVID shifted that model in your vision, or will we revert back to some in-person classes? Dana, Johnny?
I think we're not going to see a switch back to in-person fully for another couple of years. I think you're seeing some advantages to this, and I call it a hybrid model, because there are still individuals that do not want to travel, or there's companies that have seen, you know, the profits, what they saved during the pandemic, so they're not willing to pay for their staff to go out and do all the training. So they're going to, for another couple of years, I predict probably another 2 to 3 years, you're going to see more of this hybrid model again, where people are either participating in the program virtually or in person. So as a VPO, we just need to be prepared to have these two audiences. And it takes a lot of work to have these two audiences, because you're managing a program for those that are in person, but you're also managing a program for those that are virtual. So you have to create that engagement for both audience. The other thing that I think that's going to slow down this in-person is we've seen during the pandemic that a lot of people are working from home. And people are used to working from home. And there's individuals that are not willing to come back to work. So think about this individual, their mindset is, I am working virtually, so I want to get my education virtually too. So because we have that paradigm too, you're going to find people wanting to get education from afar. Now, how do we as VPOs attract those that come in person? Well, we got to be more engaging. We have to have programs that it's going to provide something that they can't get virtually. And one of the things they can't get virtually is what we're doing today, networking. I mean, at the lunch session, we talked to a few people at the table. You won't get that in a virtual environment. So if we could promote more of the benefit of that engagement, that networking, then you're going to get more people coming back on in person. But again, as I stated earlier, it's going to be a while before we get back to full in person.
And do you see any, and John, I'll ask you this as well, do you see any slippage in membership at API, Johnny White, ASA, Dana, Arnavar? Is there a slippage or membership on the rise, or what's going on within your VPOs these days?
From my country perspective, there's a slippage in real estate, real property values, but that's mainly driven by technology.
So is that global?
I know in the region, the Southeast Asia region, they're feeling the same thing up and down through there, mainly through real property. I think business valuation is growing there, from what I hear, because of the value of intangibles and brands of a company is so much worth so much more than it used to be. So one area is growing. I think areas like plant and machinery, I think there's only, not there's a limit, but I think that's going to only grow to a certain level. They're very specialized, but real property is the slippage area for us, because mainly the systems and the data that the financiers and the mortgage holders have now is so sophisticated that the general retail mum and dad's house can be valued virtually without a valuer, whereas the commercial stuff is still growing, but they're not offsetting enough at the moment. So,
got it. Johnny?
What we're seeing from a membership standpoint, we're not seeing growth and we're not seeing necessarily decline. It's been flat over the last couple of years. What we're seeing is we talked earlier, aging. Individuals are retiring. And so we're getting some people to come in to offset those that are retiring, but not enough to show a growth. So that's our biggest problem right now. We're not getting enough to offset all those that are leaving this profession. And they're leaving, again, because they're retiring, or I'll just say retiring, I won't say the other thing. That's unfortunately what we're seeing. And we're seeing it across each of the different disciplines, from real property to business valuation to personal property and gym and jewelry. All different disciplines are suffering the same thing.
In Romania, the membership is constant, but we notice the real estate valuers want to become business valuers and take courses and go to the seminars, because due to the financial reporting according to IFRS, a lot of company must put in their balance sheet the fair value of the real estate, the fair value of the machinery and the equipment, and the valuer that do this job must know something about business valuation. And we had a huge demand of virtual courses, and it was a problem for us to train the trainers how to deliver courses on virtual mode, because it is very different from delivering courses as physical on physical classroom. People want to come to networking, but they want to learn 160 hours staying in the front of the laptop, but they want to organize seminars and conferences and evening for networking in order to share experience.
Got it. Shifting gears a little bit, I don't know exactly who said it. It might have been, I think it was Sir David Tweedy. It might have been Nick Talbot. Nick's here. He can, or will be here later. Might be here now. But the IBS, they were pushing in the direction that if you had an appraisal done in Romania, you had one done here, and you had one done in the United States, that you would be getting the same sort of product. Any thoughts on that?
It's about the compliance with the same set of standards.
Well, sort of standards and that reliability. So let's say a public firm wants to rely on a business value opinion done in Romania versus one done in the United States versus one done here versus one in Australia, that you are getting a comparable product.
I'm not so sure if it's possible, because local experience cannot be done by a person on the other continent. Even we have big data analysis. For instance, in our country, we struggle with the not transparency market. We don't have data related transaction in the database. So if you want to come in, to do a valuation report from your country, you don't have the market data, because you don't know how to get, because they aren't in a public database. They cannot be bought with the contract, because only the owner knows the data. Is similar in the business valuation. We discussed earlier about big software used for all kind of valuation. Yes, it's possible, but for the country with a transparent market. We in the Eastern Europe, we have no transparent market. I can buy the software with the data analysis for big business valuation. And I obtain the same data from a security exchange committee in other countries, but not from my country because it's not a transparent market. So I can do the valuation report and the auditor will tell me that data are not good for comparison because there are not similar company, there is not comparable. Yeah. So let's go again with the data from Romania. So if you come and you don't have experience how to get the data and you don't have a previous valuation report to see comparable, it's very, very hard to get to a reasonable fair value or market value. Probably for simple valuation report, it will be possible. I work for a job abroad, not only in Romania, but I always take in my team somebody from local office in order to understand what happened in that market.
Got it. Johnny, your thoughts?
I mean, it's all about, goes back to big data. And I don't know, and I haven't had a chance to go into the exhibit hall to meet any of these vendors. But I know the challenges for a lot of tech companies being able to bring all the different databases together to have this big data and be able to analyze it in an appropriate way. I know they're able to do it from a country by country basis, but not necessarily trying to take everything all together. So I think that's probably a challenge, is being able to have all this data come together and be able to analyze it in a good way. But I think there is a foundation there that has some similarities, and that's through the standards. I mean, if Nick was here, and he will be giving a presentation later, there he is right there, that's going to talk about international valuation standards and how each of the countries should be using it. And so that will set a foundation so that there is some similarities between the data as you look at each of the different countries. But I think, again, as we go a step further, there are still some nuances within each of the different countries. And I can give you an example. In the US, we follow our members who are in the US that do appraisal reports in the US have to follow USPAP. Now, USPAP is something that is required by our government. Now, there are definitely some similarities between USPAP and IVS-C. There is actually bridging that kind of tells us where the differences are. So in the US, we've adapted some of the IVS, but we don't necessarily follow to the T all the different requirements. So, but if we can start there for each of the countries with adaptation of the standards, then that's going to set the foundation.
John, any comment from you? And you're down in Australia. I think most of the machinery values down in Australia do the ASA program and the like, but any comments?
Just on that, on your last comment is that there are a lot of appraisers down in Australia who do work for United States organizations out of the US, so they follow USPAP, but they also do a lot of domestic work, which is following the IVS-C standards. So many of them have dual standards or follow dual standards, which are very similar. But from a practicing point of view, and Dana brought up a really important point, is that valuations are becoming, in my opinion, more and more complex. And yes, systems can take some of that out and make it look the same. We have a checklist that you have to have the client's name and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's the market data that the clients are after. How you regulate that and how you can homogenize that, I think is a challenge. It's going to be really big from a practicing point of view. Because that's our clients don't just look for a number. They don't look for a checklist of things done. They want to know more than just evaluation. They're looking at us as advisors as well. So they're looking for that market intelligence that sometimes you just can't homogenize against borders. So it will be a challenge.
So I'd like to cover a few more topics and then see if the audience has some questions. But Dana, you brought it up a little bit, but the notion of ethics and how you police it, and Johnny, how you police it at ASA and the like. If you guys could have a discussion on, in general, what you think, how you think VPOs should police the ethical activities of their appraisers.
If VPOs don't follow don't monitoring the applying of the ethical code, I think they will fail in their mission. The ethical code must be the basis of our profession, because we are independent valuer. We must do a reliable evaluation report, and if we don't follow the ethical code, it's a very big mistake. We have a monitoring system. We are not policemen. We are a colleague elected in the monitoring commission. They are volunteering. They do very good work. And we try to inform our colleagues what is ethical code, not to punish them. And when we must punish our colleague, we explain in details. We have a long process to understand what happened. And we in ANEVAR, not only me, all the people in the board agree that ethical code is the basis of the profession.
Yeah, I mean, ethics is a sets the balance for the profession. Because if you don't have ethics, then I use the term, you have the Wild West. You have cowboys and Indians and just doing whatever they want to do. So at ASA, the way that our process works, even before you become a designated member, you have to take an ethics exam. And once you pass that ethics exam, you're attesting that you're going to be ethically appropriate in all of the different services that you provide. And then if there's ever a situation that there's an ethical issue with a member, there is a process. We have a ethics committee, and all they do is look at situations where there's maybe a complaint or something that happened with a member, and they review that ethic complaint and make a recommendation on sanctions for that member that is sent on to our board. So we have another body that looks at this too, and then that board makes the final decision on that sanction. And that sanction could be suspension, termination, and other types of penalties that can happen. We take it very seriously.
Great. All right. So the last thing I wanted to, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot here, but and Donnie, you've already commented on this a little bit, but wouldn't it be better if we just had one standard, one set of standards? So I look at USPAP, and USPAP is sort of the granddaddy of the standards, but it came out of a lot of financial turmoil in the United States. And today it's starting to look like US GAAP versus International Financial Accounting Standards, so that really it's becoming a US standard. Wouldn't it be better if we just had one standard out there around the globe? Any thoughts on that?
From practitioner point of view, it will be great if we will have only only a set of standards. But I think in the next year, we converge to a set of standards, because the standards for financial reporting became international. The local ministry take the decision to follow the financial reporting standard. So if the local ministry in every country will take this decision, we will have the same standard for financial reporting. And if we have the same standard for financial reporting, we must do the next step to have the same standard for valuation. Because thanks to globalization, the law, the national law will become regional law, worldwide law, and we converge to the same set of standards.
Johnny?
I mean, yeah, if we had one standard, it'll definitely make my job easier, because then I don't have to worry about which where my member is in terms of what they're doing to follow whatever that standard is for that country. Because again, there are some countries that have their specific standards that they're required, and then there's again IVS in terms of global, and then again in the US you have USPAP. So it will make my job easier. I think it'll be a long time before we'll get to the point that we have one standard globally, because again, I think, you know, we live in a society where each country, each state wants to have a take and decision on different things. I don't know if we'll ever get to that point, but I think there's definitely opportunities, and we're seeing that where there's the adaption of, let's say, the IVS standards with the country. So that's helping our members when they're doing business in these different countries.
Mm. And John, you work with both IVS and USPAP. What's your thoughts on this?
So, excuse me, I think what will happen, this is my prediction for the future, is that standards will become, it'll become a global standard. It'll be a framework though. It'll be very like a skeleton. Because even though I work as an appraiser, I also work as an expert witness. So I have other standards which are by the Securities Commission and courts to use. I think we'll have a skeleton that will reflect a global standard, and I think each jurisdiction will then have an added or a bespoke type regulation. I think they can exist still, and I think they will, because countries, I mean, America has GAP, and that hasn't changed. Right. We have international accounting standards we follow, but we have kind of our own bespoke standard. So I think they can still operate. What I think is important is having a skeleton or framework that everyone agrees to, and I think that's what will happen down the future.
Okay, do we have any questions in the audience? And if we do, if we could get a microphone.
We need to get a microphone working. No questions.
No question.
Well, I've got one more. Well, do we have one?
Yeah, we have one up in the front here.
Is there a mic?
Oh, we have two. There's a mic?
Excuse me, do we have a roving mic?
It's coming now.
Yeah. It's a big room.
Thank you for the introduction and talking about the convergence. A lot has converged since the introduction of IFRS and also between IVS and RICS. And do you have kind of estimate of timeline for the convergence? Because since 2018, I think IFRS helped a lot, and also the discussion and coordination between IVS, C Council, and the RICS has helped a lot. So do you think this will take 3 years, 5, 10? Of course, 100% is impossible, but what do you think the timeline? That's the question.
And Saad, you can also ask Nick when he gets up, but go ahead, Donna.
I really don't know where when will be convergence all those standards, but I hope in the next years, and I hope not to be retired at that data.
Yeah, I would refer to Nick when he comes up. That could maybe his first topic that
it's called punting in U.S. football terms. That's called punting the ball.
Yes, I'm punting
it over to Nick. Other questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation so far. My questions to the various representatives of the VPOs. My question is, do you have like a central data collection points after evaluations are done? The reports are submitted for comparables and also to ensure uniformity of values in that if evaluation is done, real estate valuation, for instance, if it's done in an area and someone else is trying to do evaluation not too far away from that point, they would have a place they can consult, like a data to guide, to avoid too much disparities in value. Evaluation has been done, submitted, the data is available. Another valuer is doing evaluation not too far away. For the various VPOs, do you have such system in place where at the end of every report, it is dropped on that platform that can serve as reference for other valuations?
I'll make one quick comment. We're somewhat prohibited under the USPAP standard. We'd have to disguise that data. A number of parties, including I think GE, spent something like $10 million trying to, on the machinery and equipment side, download all that data and the like, and it sort of blew up. It didn't work out so well, but I think there are a lot of folks trying to model that in some way, shape, or form. Any thoughts?
In Romania, we have such database for real estate valuation for loan securitization. This database includes only data related to the valuation report, the methodology used, the value per square meter, not the owner, not the real address. It's the subject of the valuation report is identified according to zip code, and the valuers did not have access to get comparable from that database. It's this database is made for monitoring the activity and to see when appear a great discrepancy in valuation in order to see what happened there before the valuation report is delivered to the bank. Only there are red flags that appear in database, and somebody from Research Institute asked the valuer to review the report, and if it's okay, he must explain the huge difference related to other comparables. We also have a database with the fiscal valuation report, because in Romania, the property, it's the tax on property is not on market value because we don't have a transparent market, and there are some property that must be value, and we have a database with those value in order to help the government to review the valuation report. The valuers don't have access to this database. They only have the obligation to put the data in the database, not to extract comparable from that database.
Yeah, in the US, we do not have that. Just as Rick stated, we're actually not allowed to. But again, I know there are other BPOs, for example, in Korea, it's an organization called Kappa. They collect all the data from every appraisal report, and they use it to do exactly what you had asked.
Wow.
Yeah.
The people from the banks in Romania told us after we put in place this database with the real estate valuation for loan securitization, they told us that the job done by the valuer was improved because they are afraid that somebody with the same qualification look the value and understand better. And this was a way to get higher quality of the valuation report.
Could I just follow up on that gentleman's question? To get access to that database, you have to be a member of NEVA?
For database for loan securitization, only the bank where valuation report must be delivered
Yes.
has access, and the national bank has access to this
No,
database. No valuer, no other entity. There are only few persons working in the research institute. It's all anonymous, without name.
Yes.
Of the owner, and it's used only for higher quality of the valuation report.
Understood. Yes.
I have a question, a suggestion actually. I think that the VPOs and IVSC should collaborate to find a way of attracting younger ones into the profession. Like it's common in Commonwealth countries where valuation and survey are being taught in university. I know in America they don't do that. They get into the profession as a second career. If the BPOs and IVSC should find a way of collaborating with universities and colleges around the world globally, so that the profession, one way or the other, should start as a discipline. Like me, I was trained as a valuer from day one. That's exactly what I studied in college. And most people in Commonwealth countries, they start the profession from college. If there's a way, we can make it global so that this issue and challenge of not having younger folks joining our profession will be taken care of. And then our profession will be guaranteed to not the extent. That's my suggestion. Then let's work on it. I made that suggestion in Japan several years ago, and I think we should really look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good suggestion.
Yeah.
I think there was one more question back there.
Yes.
My question is, how do you collect market data if there is a conflict of interest between reporting the number and taxation on this number? Property tax, for example, is a percentage of value. So owners or sellers usually tend to report lesser value. How do you collect transaction data and put it as comparable? Especially in an non-transparent market, as you said.
In a non-transparent market, we use offers. We use our colleagues from brokerage department of real estate sellers. We use data collected from the notary, and we have a lot of work in order to analyze this data and to to use the reasonable data, because in our country, in order to avoid miscommunication of the real value of the transaction, if there are some database with the minimum value per square meter of a property in everywhere in the country. And if I want to declare to a transaction wrong price, the notary will tell me that I am wrong. So there are some tricky law that we can avoid the misunderstanding.
Okay, I don't see any more.
السلام عليكم. ذكرت مثلا الحديث أن هناك تراجع من قبل المقيمين. في أحد بيترجم.
We need a translator.
We need a translator.
Give it to Rick.
نعم. ذكرت أثناء الحديث أن هناك تراجع في الإقبال من قبل المقيمين على التقييم العقاري، بينما ذكرت أنه سيكون هناك إقبال على تقييم الآلات والمعدات من قبل المقيمين. ما السبب في تراجع إقبال المقيمين على التقييم العقاري؟
Could you explain when you say decree? So
yes, so to translate his question, he said that there is a decline in real estate valuers and there's more increasing numbers in machinery. So what is the reason for this decline? Why aren't people going to real estate valuations and choosing other sectors?
Decline in real estate. Decline in real estate.
could you do the translation again?
Yes, so there are less people interested in real estate valuations now, and they're heading to other sectors. So they want to know why is that? What is the reason for this?
John, I think I understood the question. Thank you. The question, as I understand it, is that there is a decline in people wanting to become real estate valuers. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. Certainly from my perspective, technology is playing a big role in that because by far the greatest amount of transactions, I think, are in real estate, you could argue. And they need to become banks and financial institutions and governments like Taxation Office, the IRS and other government bodies need data and information rather quick. And they need systems to be able to value real estate, general real estate, in a much more faster, efficient way. I don't think there's going to be a decline in the need for commercial valuers, but I think commercial valuers tend to be in the system a lot longer. They may come from accounting or they may come from different careers. In my country, everyone who becomes a real estate valuer goes through university, just as Paul was saying, he mentioned the Commonwealth countries. You go to university, you become a real estate valuer. The problem is a lot of them get in the system, there's not enough work for them. So they go off into different fields. As they become very much more expertise in the area of real estate, they may partner up with someone more senior and they become much more skilled. They then tend to come back in to the profession and do the higher level stuff. And there is much more demand for that expertise. But I think at the lower level, I think at this stage, there doesn't seem to be the attraction. The education is there and the pathway is there, but I don't think the demand is there.
And I think maybe there's been a shift on the banking side
Yeah.
where they're accepting a lesser type of appraisal, certainly in the US.
Yeah.
So that's had a great impact, I think, in Australia. I think in Japan, we've seen a lot of shift from the real estate guys jumping into M&E to supplement because there's not enough work.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you for your attendance. There's one more question. Okay, we'll take one more.
Gentleman in this third row.
Thank you. This is the last question.
إذا سمحت، ألا تعتقد أن التعقيدات الموجودة في التقييم العقاري عن غيره من الفروع الأخرى كالآلات والمعدات وغيرها هو السبب الرئيسي في إحجام كثير من المقيمين على الانخراط في قطاع التقييم العقاري؟ وألا يمكن مثلا الهيئة وغيرها أن يكون التقييم العقاري بحد ذاته عدة فروع؟ لأن إذا رأينا الآن الدورات مثلا التقييم العقاري طويلة جدا بعكس غيرها من فروع التقييم.
So the question is, real estate education is longer than any sort of other education, and yet there's not as much demand. Is there anything we can do about that currently?
Oh, you're looking at me? We can't control demand in this area. We can try and accommodate demand, but I think it's becoming almost organic that there's been a shift. I mean, years ago, we didn't have that many business valuators, and MTS was early days. So I think it's an organic change. I don't think we can control it in any sense, but I do think that we can help provide. I think VPOs can come to the situation by providing more bespoke education and by creating pathways for the disciplines that are growing, because it will change in 10 to 15 years. That may swing around again. There may be another expertise. So I wouldn't say that we can, VPOs and the profession can actually control demand, but I do say that VPOs play an important role, such an important role in education, but also providing the pathways, just as universities do. The education's there. It's just a collaboration between VPOs and the educators, I think, to help provide a pathway. That would be my answer.
I can say something on this issue. In my country, the profession starts with business valuation. We stay 8 years only with business valuation. And when somebody from our board of directors proposed to issue courses for real estate valuers, everybody laughed and told him that this is not a profession. Why to do this? This man struggled 2 or 3 years in order to convince the other people from the board of directors that there is in the world profession a real estate valuer or real estate appraiser, and we issued the designation for real estate valuers. It lasts other 5 years or 6 years to convince people that there is a profession for machinery and equipment valuers. And now we have almost 1,600 machinery and equipment valuers. And now in Romania we have 38 financial instrument valuers, because nobody think that this can be a job, but this is a job. So step by step, we do what the market asks.
Yeah, great.
Thank you indeed,
All right, thank
our
you.
valued speakers and
Thanks so much.
moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
أدعو الآن سعادة نائب أمين عام الهيئة الأستاذ عبد العزيز المطلق لتكريم المتحدثين. I'd like to invite Abdul Aziz al-Mutlaq to award our speakers. نبدأ بالسيد جون معاذ. والسيد جوني وايت ودانا ابابي، وايضا السيد ريتشارد بيركماير. group photo for our speakers. إذا ضيوفنا الكرام، نبدأ الآن الجلسة بعنوان تكلفة رأس المال، يقدمها السيد روجير راوبوسكي from Kroll. عذرا، نحن الآن على موعد مع كلمة يقدمها نيكولاس تالبوت بعنوان تطورات مجلس معايير التقييم الدولية.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be back at an in-person event after the last couple of years with COVID. And so I'd like to thank the IVC organizers as well as Taqiyyim for putting on this professional event and also for inviting me here to speak. I'd like to thank Rick as well for leaving the difficult questions from the last session for me to answer here. So we'll see whether that works or not. I'm going to give an update on the International Valuation Standards Council, which many of you are part of that community, directly or indirectly. And I'm going to touch on some of the pertinent issues that I think are facing the valuation profession. I'll start off with one of my normal questions, which is, who's the best football team in the world? Was that Rick? Dallas Cowboys. I haven't had that answer before. Normally, when I'm at events like this, Dana, ابابي, usually is at most events around the world, and she usually tells me that Romania is the best football team in the world, it was news to me when I first heard it, but now I know it's either Dallas Cowboys or Romania. But how do we know whether Romania or Dallas Cowboys are the best team in the world? Essentially, probably the most prominent international standard in the world is actually football, or soccer, as they say in the US, because every country has the same rules, it has the same approach. Everyone understands whether Dallas Cowboys or Romania are ahead or not. And so the playing field is consistent. You've got that consistent quality of standard around the world. And when you think about things from an investor point of view, and we speak to some of the biggest investors in the world, they don't want to have to understand 195 different approaches to valuation. What they want to have is confidence in the quality of the valuation that has been provided, so they can make decisions, whether that's acquiring an asset, disposing of an asset, or simply for financial reporting purposes. They want to have that confidence that comes from an international standard as well as high quality professionalism. Unfortunately for me, when I was growing up, my local football team was called Newcastle United, and they weren't very good back then. In fact, I used to think they were called Newcastle United Zero, because every time I heard about them on the radio or on TV, they'd always say Newcastle United 0, Manchester 5, or Newcastle United 0, Liverpool 5. I'm hoping that now that the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia has bought most of Newcastle, that will change. And maybe children that grow up today will actually think that the real name is Newcastle United 5 instead of 0. IVSC works very closely in partnership with professional organizations, whether it's ASA, whether it's ANAVAR, whether it's Taqiyyim. It's really important for us to do that because we can put together international valuation standards and we can facilitate that approach. But unless you have that quality professionalism that comes from a local qualification, the standards don't mean anything. So that partnership is really, really important to us in terms of the quality and consistency. We work with over 90 professional bodies around the world. Some of them are mature bodies. They have a well-established qualification. Some of them are less mature. They're just starting a qualification. And with those, we help partner with them in order to help develop that. We have over 180 member and sponsor organizations. We bring together investors, banks, so the end users of a lot of valuations, as well as valuation providers, professional bodies, academic institutions, data providers, because we believe that by trying to bring together the whole ecosystem of valuation, we can actually greatly improve the approach that there is globally. Here's a short video that we put together, which from our point of view shows the importance of valuation. And apologies to my international colleagues who may not understand it. So IVSC has two very simple aims. We want to see high quality international valuation standards being used in every country for all asset classes. And we also want to encourage high quality professionalism in each country, because we believe that combination is what will ultimately give confidence to investors in the financial system and to all stakeholders ultimately. The structure that we have, we're governed by a board of trustees. There are a couple of ex-finance ministers, we have a regulatory leader, we have global business leaders, and they ensure the independence of what we do. And they give both us credibility and yourselves credibility through that. The most important parts really in terms of what we do are the standards boards. So we have a standards review board that oversees everything, and then we split it between tangible assets, business valuation, and financial instruments. And actually, Taqiim is fairly well represented. So we have Ahmed Sabri, who's one of the technical experts from this part of the world that sits on our standards review board. And we have other representation as well on things like our advisory forum leadership group. For us, what's important is to try and take the best ideas from wherever they come from in the world, whether that's Saudi Arabia, Mexico, the US, wherever it is. So if you think that the approach to valuation needs improving and you've got ideas on how to do that, then we very much welcome your input, whether that's joining one of our boards, which have open positions each year, or whether it's responding to our consultations. We need your ideas, because the more ideas we get from around the world, the better the standards will be. We have more than 120 leading experts involved in different boards and working groups from around the world. There are 38 countries that are represented currently in the structure that we have. And that diversity is really important to us. If I think about some of the areas that have been focused on, some of you will have hopefully noticed that there was a new version of IVS that was issued last year and came into practice at the end of January this year. We've also focused on things like thought leadership. So whether it's looking at IBOR reform, ESG, looking at basis of value, we're going to have a new standard in relation to financial instruments. And the next draft of that will come out around the end of this year. From a tangible assets point of view, which I know is quite important to a reasonable number of people in the room, we've been focused on things like market value, prudential value, and the implications that are coming out of that from the regulators based in Switzerland, as well as things like registered land, which is an issue in many developing countries, and where the United Nations has taken our approach as part of the manual and the approach for that. The thought leadership that we do is to provoke debate and thoughts from yourselves, from the whole community. And sometimes it's to try and influence. So for example, goodwill amortization, there are proposed changes to that from FASB in the US and IASB from a global point of view. And we didn't think that the valuation perspective or the investor perspective was particularly well represented. So we issued thought leadership on it. And we were pleased to see that FASB has withdrawn the key components of its project on that. And this is one of the ways that we look to influence debate of different stakeholders on your behalf. In terms of changes, we've created an investors forum. So locally, the Public Investment Fund is part of that, the valuation leader of that. And we have some of the biggest sovereign wealth funds and pension funds in the world that together manage more than $5 trillion of assets. And for us, it was really important to create this because we felt we had the professionalism perspective. We felt that we had the banking perspective. We have some of the biggest banks in the world involved in input to our standards, JP Morgan, Bank of America, organizations like that. But in terms of the end user, in terms of those international investors, we wanted to do more because we think it's really important that they recognize the high quality professionalism and standards as they see the real issues that are out there. We have recently introduced something called IVSC Asia, which is a local office in Asia, which has technical staff, and we'll also at some point have staff from a communications perspective. And they're there very much to support our global approach and global boards, but also do local outreach. And we think this is key, and we'd actually like to replicate that in different regions over time. A key question that came up earlier was in relation to use of international valuation standards and the globalization of the profession. And one of the reasons that we deliberately target and communicate with these different stakeholder groups and look to work with VPOs to do the same is because we need greater recognition of that international approach. not just from investors, not just from banks, not just from the profession, but also regulators. We've had to go through an education process with some of the leading regulators in the world who thought, well, valuation accountants do all that, don't they? Well, no, they don't. And recently, there's an organization that brings together these regulatory leaders from around the world. We're on the verge of having an agreement with them to work together in this space. And it's important because they backed IFRS, which is used in about 148 countries. And they seem to agree with what we've said in terms of, actually, there's an issue, and you do need that consistency of standards. And importantly, you also need the use of qualified professionals. And the perfect world that IVSC would like to see is international valuation standards used everywhere, but a requirement to use qualified valuation professionals for all types of valuations in each country. And we see regulators as a key step change towards achieving that, along with the other stakeholder groups. One of the things that I'm sure has not gone unnoticed is that the world is going through lots of change. We had COVID, which none of us expected to see in our lifetimes. Then we have issues like inflation caused by the conflict in Europe, issues on automated valuation models, artificial intelligence, ESG, and the myriad of demands on ESG, but no one having the full answer to that yet. And I think we need to embrace change from a valuation profession point of view. And to a degree, welcome it, not be scared of it. When I think about the pace of change, I often like to think about these pictures, which are in New York City, 1900. I don't know who knows what some of the most expensive real estate assets were back in 1900, but it might surprise you to know that they were stables. So where people kept horses. The interesting thing about this picture is that you see the start of a change. So you see horses and carriages throughout New York, but there's one motor car. And this is the start of a significant revolution, if you like. This is 13 years later, a similar street, and you see the impact of change there. And one of the things I like when comparing these two pictures is that in a similar place, you've got one horse and cart that's still going. But that's the pace of change that we see. When we think about, part of the discussion earlier was around intangibles. In 1975, an estimated value of intangibles was, it was about 17% of assets of the S&P 500. Does anyone know what it is today? So it's estimated at around 87% today. So we're seeing a huge change. And if you look at examples, one example I like, these statistics are a little bit out of date, but it's looking at Ford and General Motors. So earlier this year, both were worth in the $60 billion in terms of market capitalization. One was producing 3.9 million cars a year, the other 6.3 million. Then you have Tesla selling less than a quarter of the number of cars per year, and yet it's worth $1.04 trillion. Now, the market might have that wrong, but you've got to ask the question as to what is the value of the different assets in these companies. And you've got to flip it the other way as well, I think. So sometimes the market misinterprets the assets. So if you look at WeWork was expected to list in an IPO at around $49 billion. And it ended up being seen as worth around $7 billion, $8 billion. Because people seem to have this conception that it was a technology company, when ultimately WeWork is primarily real estate. But these examples, what they mean to me is that there is this very strong demand for the judgment of yourselves as valuation professionals in helping investors and the market understand the true value of assets. And one of the things we're seeing increasingly around the world is banks looking to understand the value of those intangible assets as well as the tangible assets, because they want to be able to finance and provide loans against intangible assets as collateral. And this is something that's particularly big theme in Asia at the moment. Does anyone know who the ISSB are? No? Okay, John, I think you had your hand up there. Something to do with sustainability. That's right. So from my point of view, the ISSB is possibly one of the most important influential organizations that you've never heard of. So it's the International Sustainability Standards Board. And it's the sister to IASB that produces IFRS. So last year it was created. It has the backing of IOSCO, the regulators. It has the backing of the United Nations, many countries around the world. And the fact that it's alongside IFRS, I think gives it a strong potential to be adopted in many countries on the basis that IFRS already has those connections and is used in about 148 countries. But, you know, why should we care from a valuation perspective? So the ISSB issued a couple of different standards earlier this year for consultation in draft. And they reference enterprise value. One of the documents referenced it 33 times without giving any particular guidance or explanation on how you should define the impact of certain risks and opportunities on enterprise value, despite the fact that it's being asked to be disclosed. And those disclosures that companies are going to have to make will start to change the market, because you will have a record year on year in terms of the sustainability approach that companies have, their supply chain, their plan to become carbon neutral, whether they're providing financing for major carbon intensive industries or not. And once we have that data and information, that is likely to influence investor behavior, along with regulation that comes in. And investors are going to want to know, okay, well, what is the impact of investing in this company? When should I retrofit, for example, if you're talking about tangible assets? When should I dispose of an asset? Should I make an acquisition? They're going to be looking for increased levels of advice. PwC, as an example, sees this opportunity in terms of sustainability as big enough that it is recruiting 100,000 people around the world over 5 years in order to service this demand. That's one firm. And it will touch on everything. Companies are going to need advice on how do they make these disclosures? What is the impact on enterprise value? Valuers potentially have a key role here. The audit side, auditors are going to be auditing these disclosures. Virtually every component is going to be really important for publicly listed companies. And it creates a conundrum from a valuation point of view, because no one has all the answers yet. There's inconsistent data. There's inconsistent approaches. Different countries are doing different things. And it's going to take time to fill that picture. One of the things that IVSC is doing is looking at, first of all, we issue thought leadership on ESG. The other thing we're looking to do is bring together a portal which takes concepts and ideas from different countries around the world, which is similar to what we did in COVID, actually, to actually bring those ideas together. And I think that we need to really work together as a profession to seize this opportunity, but also understand that no one is going to have all the answers straight away. And this is something that's a journey, and we're going to have to advance it year by year. I think there's a true opportunity here for the valuation profession to seize this opportunity. But it's not without its challenges. And I think we need to be brave and work together to do that. I'll leave you with a couple of final thoughts. Has anyone ever wondered why migrating geese fly in a V formation? No, just me. It's more efficient. They get to their end goal faster, because if you're flying behind the goose at the front, it's 10 to 20% more efficient in terms of your ability. And not only that, but geese work together. So the lead goose, when it gets tired, rotates to the back of the geese. And you have a new leader. And the success depends very much on working together as a team and sharing the leadership. If a goose gets injured or ill, it comes down to land, but 2 other geese come with it to protect it until the goose is better, and then they carry on with their journey. And when I think about the valuation profession and community around the world, I think we need to behave a bit more like geese in that sense, in terms of we have a common direction. We need to build that community, and particularly in relation to opportunities like sustainability, we need to be brave and seize that, and seize what can be a very positive future for the valuation profession. I'm going to stop there. I realize everyone probably needs a coffee in a few minutes, but I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has. We have a question over here. John.
Thank you, Nick, for the presentation and your time. Just a question on regulation, on your perspective. We need regulators to, I guess, make sure that things are done in an agreed way that the standards say. What is your thoughts on the negative comments that people often say that regulators stifle innovation and creativity? I just have I'd be curious to know your opinion, because that's one of the things that seems to come back. I get asked quite often, is that where the work we do is very bespoke, it's almost art form, and that creative and innovative approach, if it's too regulated or over-regulated, could be stifled. I'm just curious of your opinion of that.
So is there a risk of the valuation profession being overly stifled in relation to innovation and that sort of thing? I mean, there could be a risk, and regulation means many different things in many different countries. The way that I don't think it has to be stifling. I actually think it can be a positive, because at the moment when I look around the world at different streams of valuation, let's take business valuation as an example. In most countries, there's not a requirement to use a qualified valuer. And in some countries, you'll have accountants that are playing at it. Some do it well, some do it less well. And it really varies country by country as to whether there's a profession there or not. And actually, the lack of quality or that inconsistency, what I see is it drags down the profession in many ways. It gives it a bad name sometimes, because it's the scandals that hit the press. It's issues that come down to ethics, competency that hit that. And when I talk to regulators, typically it's either securities regulators that have an interest in listed companies, or it's audit regulators. And there are almost always issues that they see in relation to quality. Now, my personal view is that I don't think regulators should overly intervene in markets. However, most regulators are sympathetic to the concept that you should have consistent quality standards and that professionals should do the work. And what you don't have currently is any requirement to use a qualified professional. So what we would like to see is regulators taking an interest in there being a professional body, or stimulating that if there's not. And there's some good examples of where that's been done here, Singapore, places like that. There's some bad examples as well. But literally the regulators satisfying themselves that the professional body or professional bodies are high quality and they have a good qualification and that consistent approach. And the requirement should really be for the professional body to qualify and monitor the individuals, as opposed to over stifling it from a regulatory point of view. And so that's the model that we believe should be in place, as opposed to over intervention, which would stifle that innovation.
Thank you, that was well answered. I know there are other questions.
There's a couple over here.
Have one quick follow-up question. This is a rather open question. In your opinion, talking to the various jurisdictions around the world and regulators and other VPOs, do you think the need for valuation services is increasing? Is it static? Do you see growth in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think it's increasing, particularly in relation to things like intangibles. I think that the ESG opportunity off the back of things like the ISSB standards is particularly significant. And that's a massive opportunity for the valuation profession. So you will have companies out there, okay, the standards aren't final yet. They'll become final in a few months. So they're looking at the comments and input at the moment. But ultimately, companies are going to have to make disclosures. They're going to have to disclose the impact of opportunities, risks on things like enterprise value. They're not going to know how to do that without specialists. And so I think that valuation approach is really important. You could flip it over and you could say, then there's the advisory side. Okay, so we'll see increased regulation. You know, when does a hotel company decide to retrofit? When does it decide to dispose of assets? You know, at what point in time is that going to be the most profitable decision? On the other side, audit. Not many people know this, but there's something called ISQM1, which is quite a dull piece of a standard. But auditors, global auditors, are supposed to have a consistent approach to use of specialists. That's only going to increase in relation to things like valuation disclosures. And so I'm very optimistic about the future for valuers. There is a risk, though. Valuers are often very analytical, understandably. They have to exercise judgment. And in a perfect world, valuers want to have all the data that's available. They want to have the perfect scenario which we can enable them to do a truly professional job. If we wait on sustainability and ESG until the end of the journey, another profession or others will have taken that opportunity. And so I think that's where I say I think we need to be brave in terms of advancing year on year and accepting we don't have the full answer, making sure that what we do is professional and we make appropriate disclosures around that. But we need to be really brave and seize that opportunity. I think it belongs to the valuers. I don't see it as being the natural home of anyone else. Yeah, there's a couple over here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Nick. This is Larato from Johannesburg. You talk about being brave, and what I'm thinking about is when you do business valuations for unlisted investments, it's very difficult to get the data, and I don't know if the organization has thought of what a mechanism, whether by technology or to get this data to make the process of valuing businesses a lot more transparent and a lot more easier.
Yeah, I think data is a big issue around the world, not just for business valuation, but in some countries there's a lack of transparency, or in some countries for tax purposes, you might see a piece of data provided as to the price of an asset, whereas actually the true transaction has been much higher. I think that's something that we all need to work on. So IVSC, VPOs, companies, other stakeholders within the valuation profession need to work on it on a country-by-country basis, because I fully agree with you that the data that is out there currently is not good enough, it's not consistent enough, and it's an issue for valuers. But I also see that solution as needing to come country by country, And that's something that we need to work together as a valuation community to achieve, because I mean, IVSC by itself is too small. But I think, you know, that you recognize this is an issue. And I'd encourage from a South Africa perspective that you work with other like-minded organizations, including IVSC, to raise the profile of and importance of this. And but it's something I think is a slow solution that we need to introduce in each country. We do have data providers like Bloomberg actively involved in IVSC to try and give us input from a data perspective, but it does need to be much broader. I agree. Got 2, 3.
Thank you for your presentation. I have 3 questions, which I'm very fast about. The first one is what IVS is doing regarding standard uniformity in all countries. For instance, I may be in my country, haven't done evaluation, the decision maker, who is going to be the end user of the report, may be based in the United States, and they have their own standard. I wanted assurance and confidence that once I have followed IVSC to the latter, my report is going to be acceptable because of uniformity of standard. That's the first one. What is IVS doing in that regard?
So should we, rather than me get confused and not remember the first question, should we do it one by one?
Well, it depends on you.
No, I'm happy to do that. So in terms of that, so we're engaging with the different stakeholders, but I accept the issue that you're talking about, but I know many stakeholders in the US that will require USPAT valuation in the US, but also an IVS valuation outside of the US, because from an education point of view, more people tend to be educated in the IVS approach outside of the US. In fact, even if you look at the ASA or the Appraisal Institute, outside of the US, they advocate IVS. But there does need to be greater education of the buyers of valuation services. And there needs to be greater use of things like the bridging document that we have with the Appraisal Foundation, which says this is how you can comply with both USPAP and international valuation standards. So I'd recommend that's something that you might want to look up in order to make sure you comply with both.
So the second question, in the IVSC board currently, are all VPOs from about 195 recognized countries represented? Reason is before standards are issued out, if they are to take care of peculiarities from different countries. So are they all represented from Africa, from Europe, about 195, maybe remotely, may not necessarily attend all meetings. Are they all well represented and they give inputs before standards are issued? That's the second question.
Okay, so on that question, no, we don't have enough countries represented. And Africa as a continent is a continent that we're working on more greatly. So there are 5 new board members from an Africa continent perspective involved in different things to help us try and improve that approach. But ultimately, I won't be happy until we have 195 organizations, as in one from each country, that's representing the profession in some way. So we need to do more on that. Yes, there is participation that can be done remotely. We have advisory forum meetings, which are all of our members come together on a quarterly basis, and anyone in the world can respond to a consultation. So as I said earlier, we genuinely want ideas and responses from everywhere around the world in order to improve our standards. And every time we issue a consultation, there's a minimum of 3 months to respond to that. And we also issue a basis for conclusions, which says, okay, well, we had this range of views from around the world. You can imagine you get quite a few. And the reason that we've gone in this direction is because the board considered this, this, and this. Because ultimately, you know, there are always going to be people with very different views. And so it's someone said to me once that the art of good standard setting is that no one is 100% happy.
Thank you indeed, Nicholas. Thank you. Please remain on stage. I'd like to invite on stage سعادة نائب أمين عام الهيئة الأستاذ عبد العزيز المطلق، ندعوه إلى المنصة من أجل تكريم المتحدث نيكولاس تالبوت. Thank you indeed. مرحبا بكم ضيوفنا الكرام. نحن على موعد الآن مع كلمة يقدمها روجير راوبوسكي from كرول. سيتحدث فيها عن تكلفة رأس المال. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Roger Rapuski, who's going to be talking about cost of capital.
Good afternoon. This afternoon, I want to talk about matching risk and return, understanding the cost of capital. Why I have been working on cost of capital issues for maybe 30 years. Out of the 50 that I've been practicing valuation. And the reason is that pricing risk is a difficult task. Professor John Cochran, who was the president of the American Finance Association, he said, in the beginning there was chaos, then came CAP-M. And every clever strategy to deliver high returns ended up delivering high market betas as well. The most important thing to remember is that theories about cost of capital are in their infancy. We've been thinking of this. If you went to university and studied cost of capital, you thought that it was ingrained in granite. In fact, cost of capital is an evolving topic. Remember, cost of capital is all about pricing risk, matching risk inherent in the net cash flows with the rate of return demanded by the market for accepting the level of risk. Risk is variability. It is not what the cash flows, the mean of the cash flows are. It is what is the risk that you're not going to experience those cash flows. That is risk. Now, a lot of times people think about distributions of cash flows, how they're going to vary, and they think, in fact, we're going to get as equal on the upside as on the downside. That isn't how business works. At any point in time, business has limits of what cash flows and productivity can be. You have limited amount of employees, a limited amount of machinery and equipment. So the upside every period is limited. The downside is not limited. You can always lose money. And so you have to think in those terms that you're not always going to get equal payoffs on the upside as you are going to suffer on the downside. Now, our country risks real. A lot has been written about that the international community is basically the international economies are so integrated that there really isn't differences in country risks. Well, I've looked at the research, and one of the foremost researchers on international discount rates and costs of capital is Campbell Harvey. And he believes that despite the integration on an international level that there is still differences in risks country to country. And why? Well, there's differences in taxation, legal, information, trading costs. Beckert and Harvey succinctly state that we still, despite the integration of the international economies, we still have differences in risk profiles country to country. These risks include financial risks, economic risks, and political risks. Now, the following slides, and I'm not going to read them to you, you can read the slides on your own, sort of itemize the different types of risks: economic, political. You need, in evaluating an investment, you need to understand the differences between what I will call a home country and a country in which you're making an investment. So, for example, if my home country is Saudi Arabia and I'm investing Saudi Riyal, and the investment is in Saudi Arabia, you have a different perspective of risk than if you're in Saudi Arabia and you're making an investment in Algeria or Morocco or Singapore or Indonesia. So that's the thing. How do the risks differ from a home country where you're the investee, the investor, into a country where you're the investee? Now, I'm going to give you some guidance on mistakes that I see. First of all, the most common mistake that I always see is mixing currencies, the cash flows and the discount rates. Because US data is readily available, a lot of times people just grab onto US discount rate data and apply it to a different investment in a different currency. So if you're doing, for example, euros, you want an equivalent euro discount rate, if that's where the investment's going to be, if that's where you're measuring cash flows. British pounds, US dollars, Riyal, Saudi Arabian Riyal. You want to match the cash flow with the source of the discount rate, which oftentimes means you have to make adjustments to the discount rate, conversions to make them on an equivalent basis. Typically, this has to do with inflationary differences. And this is true regardless of whether it's a dirham, a pound, or a dinar. You have to match. If your cash flows that you're analyzing are in one currency, you've got to convert your discount rates to be in that same currency equivalent. Now, here's really guidance as to methodology. First, if the forecast of cash flows is in local currency, you can convert them to your home currency. For example, what if the cash flows, I'm looking at an investment in Algeria, and the cash flows are in Algerian currency. The first thing I could do is convert that to, for example, if I was a Saudi investor, into Riyal, and then discount at a Saudi equivalent discount rate, because you've made the cash flows converted. So now you're matching. But you could do it in a local currency. You could forecast cash flows in a local currency. You could use a discount rate in that local currency, that country discount rate for that local currency. And then when you get the valuation, then you convert to your home currency. So this slide helps you keep this in order so you don't get mixed up. And as I said, this is by far the biggest error that we see in international valuations is the mismatching. This is just impact of the discount rate and valuation. If you have to translate a discount rate information because you need to draw, a country doesn't have its own stock markets that are active enough for you to draw enough data to be able to determine what the discount rate in the country you're making an investment is, then you can use the international Fisher effect. And what this does is it allows you to convert, for example, if you're using US discount rates or euro-based discount rates, to the equivalent discount rate in a local currency. And this is also true with the cost of debt. So these are tools for you to make sure that you don't mismatch cash flow and discount rate. Incorporating in a country risk in a DCF valuation. You can use a scenario methodology. A scenario approach is basically taking different scenarios about inflationary and risks and weighting them by an estimated probability. That's a lot of work and leads to a lot of estimates that are oftentimes unsupportable. Or you can use a country risk premium approach. In theory, you should be able to get the same answer. But we have found that adding a discount country risk premium, that is relative to the home country, how much extra is the risk when you're making an investment in another country? And this is sort of summarizes the scenario approach versus a country risk premium. For example, my company, Kroll, I used to be with a company called Duff & Phelps. We changed our name last year to Kroll. We publish country risk premiums for over 175 countries worldwide. So if your home country is Saudi Arabia, you can look at the relative risks in various countries versus making an investment in Saudi Arabia. And this helps you understand the risk profile differences between the countries. Now, there are many international cost of capital models that have been purported over the years. None of them are perfect. The next slides, which you can review on your own, the next slides tell you that there's different types of different ways of looking at building up a cost of capital model. But as you do that, each one has pluses or minuses. So how do you determine which is the best one? Well, we like to categorize them as to acceptance. Do people use it? Data availability, very important. Is there good data available? And finally, simplicity. If the model is really difficult to use, it is likely you won't use it. So it's easier if it's simple and still captures that country risk. There's no consensus among academics or practitioners as to the best model. We have spent a lot of time working with academics trying to understand the different models, their strengths and weaknesses, to be able to translate what the academics talk about to the practitioner level. There's a lot of good academic research, and it's difficult sometimes for academics to talk in the same, communicate with practitioners. And so what we've tried to do is take what we've learned from working with the academics and make it practical for people. Here's some of the models. The global CAPM. This is for big companies where you can actually look all over the world for and they're basically priced all over the world in a world market. A single country version of a CAPM. That is, if you have good data in a country, you can do a single country CAPM. Local country risk exposure model. That is, what are your risks in each in investing in that country? This is a complicated model. It's been popularized by Professor Demoterin. It's very difficult to practically use. The three most prevalent models are a country or sovereign yield spread model. That is to take the difference in the interest rate on sovereign debt and look at that as an indication of the difference in doing business in different countries. The problem with that is it's not business risk. It is sovereign risk. And therefore, even though it's an easy model to apply, for example, you can go up to Professor Demoterin's website and he has data that you can pick. It's from a US investor standpoint, but it's really a difference in sovereign risks, not business risks. Relative volatility model. The relative volatility model looks at the relationship of the standard deviation of returns on stocks in different countries. And that's a business risk type model. And finally, Erb, Harvey, and Visconti country credit rating model. This is a model that we've worked very hard with Campbell Harvey to take from the academic papers and make useful so that people can quickly use the data to adjust for differences in when you're in a home country and you're making an investment in another country. What are those risks, that risk difference? And here's the PowerPoints that you'll be able to read at your leisure going through this. Now I'd like to do a little bit on framework of the cross-border valuation. What I mean by framework is, how do you think about attacking a cross-border valuation? That means if I'm in Saudi Arabia and I'm making an investment outside of Saudi Arabia, that's cross-border. What are the keys that I have to think about in that? Well, here's a series of flow charts that sort of help you keep things straight. Is the subject company exposed to any country risk? No, then you don't have to add a country risk premium. If it's yes, then you have to make a decision. Are you going to use a country risk premium approach or embody the discount, change the scenarios in the discounted cash flow? And in each one, this kind of relationship between the various cash flows and the discount rates will keep you organized in doing your analysis. Here's a couple case studies of how to do this. For example, we're not doing a domestic investor case study. So I'm not doing for this a Saudi investor investing in Saudi Arabia. I'm looking at somebody in Saudi Arabia investing outside of Saudi Arabia. Are the cash flows in the home currency? In other words, when you're making projections in your DCF, are your cash flows in Rial, or are they in the currency of the country you're making the investment? That's the first decision point you have to make. If it's a foreign, that is not Saudi currency, then you can do a couple of different methods. As I said, you can translate the cash flows and then use a Saudi discount rate, or you can use a local currency discount rate. And so these graphs, these charts help you keep the framework. And I'm going to give you, in a little bit, I'm going to give you a couple of sources that will help you beyond what we have in these few minutes to share together. In these, again, these are a series of flow charts to help you understand. The country risk premium, if you, and a lot of times country risk premiums are given or derived for Euro investors or US dollar investors. You have to translate those discount rates, those relationships to the relationship that you have in the country that you're making an investment. So here, this case study, these are just some examples of where a German investor, I use German, it's really a Euro investor, makes an analysis, makes a investment, and you add a country risk premium. Here's the data. This is, for example, this would be a Euro investor that is thinking in terms of his home country currency being euros, making an investment in Jordan. We publish 3 different risk profiles for Jordan relative to a Euro investor. And there's a relative volatility. I'm going to go back here. I got to get back one more. There's a country credit rating model. We talked about that. That's really a differences in the sovereign risk. There's a country yield spread. That's the country yield spread model. The relative volatility model is a model dealing with business risk. The country credit rating model deals with business risk. So in these situations, there's 3 models that you can pick from. And there's strengths and weaknesses in each of the models. Now, how do you do this? What do you do? My guidance to you is to do your analysis a couple of different ways, not just rely on one method. No different than standards generally talk about appraisals using a cost approach, a market approach, and an income approach, because each one has strengths and weaknesses. And by doing multiple methods, you sort of put a corral around, a fence around the right answer. And in the same way, since we know none of these models are perfect, what you want to do is use multiple models. And I want to go through this. This is examples of a Saudi investor. We publish data about the Saudi investor. What is a base discount rate for a Saudi investor? And then we look at what are the places that, for example, a Saudi investor making an investment in Algeria, you should add 7+% to the discount rate for being an investor in Algeria. Here's one for a United Arab Emirates-based investor. Their base cost of capital is about 8.1. And again, adding about 7% for an Algerian investor. So you can draw on these databases to help you make investment decisions and price the risk of being in these other countries. Now, the country risk premiums do not take into account differences in industry risk. So you also have to go and analyze industry risk and build that into your base discount rate. This is just because of the differences in risk in operating in a different country. Key points: cash flows generated in a foreign currency and country risk may have a significant impact in evaluation. There are different forms of country risk. I gave you a checklist. It's helpful to use that checklist so that you can look at the place you're going to make an investment and see and compare it to your home country and see what risks are different. Currency used to project the cash flows must always be consistent with the currency in the discount rate. Please do not use a real cash flow and a euro discount rate. That's a mismatch. There's no single cost of capital model in the context of foreign based valuations. Now, I have spent a lot of time working with academics and understanding the academic literature. Pricing risk is hard work to do it. Risk is one of the most difficult things difficult parts of evaluation. Oftentimes, it is saved till the end, and you don't have time to actually appropriately understand the risks. I want you to think about always thinking in terms of risk the moment you start an investment analysis, the moment you first do your cash flows, the moment you do an analysis of historic financial statements. You have to start thinking about risk at that point so that you're not caught at the end of your analysis with not enough time to correctly quantify what the risk is. Now, this is a gift to everyone. This is financed by the CFA Institute, and you can go up online and download. We co-authored this with the CFA Institute as a teaching tool, not for academics, for practitioners around the world as to how do you think about discount rates when you're making a foreign investment. That's the topic I just talked about. This is a very comprehensive if it was printed, it would be a book. So it is a very comprehensive document to help you go through and understand the topics in much more detail than I'm able to do in 45 minutes. So I highly recommend that you go up on this website, and the CFA Institute is financed this project and is distributing it at no cost. So please go up and get the material. Now, we publish data. We used to do it in book form. We're trying to be modern. And so we publish it in database form. It's called the Cost of Capital Navigator. We publish US data, and we also publish an international cost of capital module that we just went through today. And we also have industry benchmarking information in an international environment that you will find very useful. And you can find out about the Cost of Capital Navigator by going on our website. Finally, if you ever have a question, email me. I answer emails. I enjoy getting questions. Some of the best thinking that I've ended up doing is a result of questions that people have emailed to me with issues they have in a real valuation and they need help. I want to thank everybody for being here this afternoon. I enjoyed very much the time. I enjoy meeting people here, and I look forward to a really growing sophistication in the valuation business so that we, in fact, give investors better information and help them make better investment decisions over the long run. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Rabuski. ندعو الآن سعادة نائب أمين عام الهيئة الأستاذ عبد العزيز المطلق لتكريم المتحدث. نحن الآن مع آخر كلمة لهذا اليوم بعنوان أسلوب الدخل في تقييم الأعمال، أفضل الممارسات والأخطاء الشائعة، يقدمها الأستاذ معاذ الخلف من الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. Good afternoon everyone. اليوم إن شاء الله زي ما أنتم شايفين راح نتكلم عن أسلوب الدخل في تقييم الشركات أو المنشآت الاقتصادية. راح أشارك معكم تجربتي لأكثر من عقد من الزمن في تقييم الشركات، سواء من مراجعة تقارير أو إعداد تقارير، وإن شاء الله نطلع بفائدة جميعا ونستفيد من هذه التجربة، وأتمنى أنها تصل يعني لمن يحتاجها. أنا اخترت هذا الأسلوب لسبب. أولا هو الأسلوب المفضل عندي. يعني لما نجي نتكلم عن تقييم الشركات، أسلوب الدخل هو يعني الأسلوب الأمثل عند تقييم الشركات المدرة للدخل، لأنه لو شفنا تعريف تقييم المنشآت الاقتصادية أو تقييم أسلوب الدخل في معايير التقييم الدولية، هو يعني الأسلوب يعطي مؤشر للقيمة إذا كان الأصل مدرا للدخل. فراح يكون التقييم في الشركات أو تقييم الشركات من خلال طريقتين، وهي بالتالي يعني تقييم المنافع المستقبلية أو التدفقات النقدية المستقبلية والوصول في قيمتها اليوم. تحت أساليب أو أسلوب الدخل، طبعا أسلوب الدخل هو من ضمن المعايير، يعني من ضمن الأساليب المعترف بها أو الموجودة في معايير التقييم الدولية، من ضمن أسلوب من ضمنها أسلوب الدخل وأسلوب السوق وأسلوب التكلفة. إذا جينا نتكلم عن أسلوب الدخل، هناك طريقتين في التقييم. طبعا الطريقة الأولى والأكثر استخداما والأكثر شيوعا هي طريقة التدفقات النقدية. وطريقة التدفقات النقدية زي ما قلنا في التعريف أنه يعني المنافع المستقبلية أو التدفقات النقدية المستقبلية نصل إلى قيمتها بالقيمة الحالية اليوم. أما أسلوب أو طريقة الرسمنة المباشرة، وهي الطريقة الثانية وراح نتكلم عنها اليوم إن شاء الله، ونشوف وش الفروقات بينهم وكيف نربط بينها how we can make sense of it، يعني كيف نجعلها منطقية ونرتاح إلى النتيجة اللي نتوصل إليها في أسلوب الدخل. طبعا في أسلوب الدخل هو الأكثر استخداما في تقييم الأصول الغير ملموسة، وذلك بسبب صعوبات يعني خصوصا في تقييم الأصول الغير ملموسة لتطبيق أسلوب السوق وأسلوب التكلفة. طبعا أنا قلت أني من المعجبين في هذا الأسلوب. طبعا لازم أشرح ليش. السبب الرئيسي واللي يتبادر لذهن أي واحد أنه إذا جينا نقيم شركة، الأسلوب البديل الثاني هو أسلوب السوق. يعني الإجابة معطاة، يعني إحنا نستخدم أسلوب السوق كأسلوب بديل في تقييم الشركات. من ضمن أساليب أو طرق التقييم في أسلوب السوق اللي هو الشركات المدرجة أو المقارنة بالشركات المدرجة، وتسمى بمعايير التقييم الدولية الجايد لاين بابليك كومبارابل. خلونا نشوف وش تقول معايير التقييم الدولية عن أسلوب الدخل. طبعا أنا بقرأ التعريف. The method should be used when only the subject asset is sufficiently similar. أنا حطيتها بالبولد عشان نرجع لها مرة ثانية ونشوف يعني ليش هذا الشرط جدا مهم. يعني لما تكون عندنا مالتيبلز او مكررات يعني بي اي ريشيو، خلينا نشوف على سبيل المثال، او مكرر ربحيه لشركه مدرجه وجينا نطبقه على شركه خاصه، بيكون عندنا مكرر ربحيه من 17 وننزله الى 5، او مكرر ابدا او ارباح قبل الضرائب والديبريشيشن او الاهلاك من 14 وننزله الى 4، نضطر ننزله الى 4 اذا جينا بنقيم شركه صغيره او صغيره الحجم او شركه عائليه. هنا يعني نحتاج اننا نراجع منطقيه يعني الماركت ايفيدنس اللي عندنا. بحكم اننا نتكلم عن اسلوب السوق وبنرجع لاسلوب الدخل ان شاء الله، بس نبغى نعرف وش هو المالتيبل او وش هو المكرر. ما هو المكرر؟ يعني انا حطيت هنا تقريبا 4 مكررات. ما هو المكرر الانسب لاستخدامه في التقييم؟ هل هو ايبت اللي هو الارباح قبل الفوائد والضرائب؟ هل هو ايبت الارباح قبل الفوائد والضرائب والاهلاك والاطفاءات؟ او هو صافي الربح او صافي الربح التشغيلي؟ او مثلا مكرر الربحيه. طبعا هذه المكررات اذا ما فهمت بشكل جيد ليس لها معنى، يعني ما لها معنى عميق ولا تفيدنا بشيء اذا ما فهمناها بشكل جيد. يعني ارجع للسلايد بس، يعني نقاش بين مقيم ومقيم انه يعني يجب ان نستخدم هذا المكرر بدلا عن هذا، يعني يعتبر نقاش عقيم، لانه الكل بيصل الى يعني استنتاج مرضي او استنتاج مقنع. فلذلك يعني لا فائده من هذا النقاش. أنا قبل يعني لا أرجع للتحقق من القيمة أو الأخطاء أو مناقشة الأخطاء الشائعة، ودي بس نستعرض أمثلة عشان تصل الفكرة بشكل جيد. عندنا شركة اسمها هذا ستيبل تريدنج كمباني، طبعا شركة وهمية بس لغرض يعني إيصال الفكرة، وبنتابع هذه الشركة خلال أكثر من مثال ونعرف أو نوصل الفكرة من خلالها. الشركة قيمت بناء على مكرر ربحية 9، أرباحها كانت 100، يعني قيمة الشركة 900. طلعنا الفورورد مالتيبل لأنه عندنا جروث ريت أو معدل نمو بالنسبة 2%، ومن هذا المعدل طلعنا معدل الرأسمالة وبالتالي الديسكاونت ريت. خلونا نشوف لو استخدمنا، طبعا احنا في البدايه بدينا بس في اللي هو التريلينج بي اي او مكرر الربحيه التاريخي ومعدل النمو، واستنتجنا الارقام كلها هذه من خلال هذه المعطيات. طلعنا الفورورد بي اي وطلعنا الكاب ريت اللي هو مقلوب المكرر، الديسكاونت ريت هو المعدل الرأسمالة بالإضافة إلى معدل النمو. في السلايد اللي بعده راح نشوف مدى صحة معلوماتنا أو نطلع أرقام نقدر نحاول نتحقق منها ونفهمها أكثر، لأنه زي ما قلنا مالتيبل بدون ما نفهمه ما نقدر نستفيد منه. طبقت معدل النمو على السنوات، 5 سنوات من السنة الأولى إلى السنة الخامسة، بعدين حسبنا القيمة النهائية اللي هي التيرمينال فاليو، وطلعنا القيمة الحالية للتدفقات النقدية أو للأرباح، لأنه احنا مطلعين الديسكاونت ريت حق البروفيت، وصلنا إلى قيمة 900. طبعا القيمة النهائية أو التيرمينال فاليو سوينا لها ديسكاونت إلى تاريخ اليوم أو بداية السنة رقم 1، وصلنا إلى قيمة 900. الآن عندنا رقم، يعني ربطنا أسلوب السوق مع أسلوب الدخل بطريقة طبعا في هدف من هذه الفكرة اللي هو احنا نبي نوصل لشيء، لنقطة معينة، وبنجيها إن شاء الله لاحقا، اللي هو كيف نتحقق من أرقامنا، كيف يعني نستخدم أسلوب آخر عشان تو كروس تشيك. الآن المالتيبل اللي استخدمناه في البداية فككناه بالكامل، وصلنا وطبقنا عليه اللي هو طريقة التدفقات النقدية. في المثال اللي قبل لا نروح للمثال اللي بعده، طبعا في هذا السلايد فيه يعني تعبير ودي أذكره، أو نقطة مهمة ودي أذكرها، إنه الكاش عادة أقل من صافي الربح. طبعا هذا ممكن يكون يعني تعبير يخالفني فيها الكثير، بس هناك حالة تواجهها الشركات عادة تسمى بتمدد المركز المالي. إذا كان هناك نمو، حتى لو نمو بسيط جدا، هناك ما يسمى بتمدد المركز يعني المالي، سواء احتياج الشركة من working capital رأس مال عامل أكبر، أو احتياج الشركة من fixed assets وأصول ثابتة واستثمار في الأصول، راح يزيد مع الوقت. فالكاش راح يكون أقل من صافي الربح بنسبة، في هذا المثال بنسبة 92%. طبعا هذا الرقم تم افتراضه بس عشان نمشي في الأمثلة ونصل إلى الفكرة اللي احنا نبغاها. هذه الجيرني اللي راح نسويها إن شاء الله، وحطيتها أنا في خطوات زي ما ذكرنا سابقا. مقلوب مكرر السوق هو معدل الرأسمالة. معدل الرأسمالة هو معدل الخصم ناقصا منه النمو. إذا طبقنا هذه الخطوتين على باقي الخطوات، جبنا مثلا المكرر الربحية التاريخي وأضفنا عليه عامل النمو، بيطلع معانا اللي هو الفورورد بي اي او مكرر الربحيه المستقبلي حق السنه القادمه. بعد ذلك عندنا الفورورد بي اي نطلع منها المكرر حق الكاش، لانه قلنا احنا الكاش 92% من صافي الربح. اذا 8.82 مقسومه على 92% راح يعطينا مكرر للكاش 9.58. الكاش مالتيبل طلع 9.58، المقلوب حقه اللي هو الكاب ريت، هذا معدل رأسمالة الكاش. لما نضيف عليه الجروث طلع عندنا الديسكاونت ريت حق الكاش. الآن في هذا المثال طبعا نفس النقطة اللي ذكرناها قبل شوي، ولكن عرضتها بالتيبل عشان ممكن تتضح للبعض. الخطوات نفس ما شرحتها بالضبط. وصلنا إلى معدل خصم أو ديسكاونت ريت 12.44%. طيب خلونا نطبق التدفقات النقدية على الكاش. سابقا طبقناها على صافي الأرباح، خلونا نطبقها على الكاش. نفس الشيء، طبقنا النمو على ال5 سنوات وحسبنا القيمة النهائية، طلعنا نسبة الكاش من الربح، وصلنا إلى نفس القيمة. الآن بما أن طلعنا ب يعني معدل الخصم للكاش، وعندنا المكرر الربحية، نقدر الآن يعني نقول إنه تطبيق هذا الأسلوب وصلنا إلى نفس القيمة. واضح إنه من استخدامنا للدي سي اف وصلنا إلى نفس القيمة، لأنه عندنا نمو ثابت خلال السنوات أو النمو المستدام. عادة الشركات إذا وصلت مرحلة النضج خلاص يعني يكون في النمو ثابت بمعدل معين ما يتجاوز، يعني ما راح يكون في هاي جروث، عادة يكون قليل، معادل للنمو عفوا التضخم بالإضافة إلى بعض الأمور. الطريقة الثانية في أسلوب الدخل اللي هي طريقة الرأسمالة المباشرة. الرأسمالة المباشرة تقول فكرتها طبعا أنه إذا كان عندك إذا كان عندك المعدل النمو ثابت ما تحتاج تطبق أسلوب التدفقات النقدية وطريقة التدفقات النقدية. كل اللي تحتاجه أنك تطبق جوردن جروث موديل. عندنا الكاش فلو حق السنة القادمة هنا موضح على أساس أنه CF1، وعندنا اللي هو ديسكاونت ريت ناقص الجروث يعطينا 900 أو 900. أنا ما حطيت صراحة الألوف ولا الملايين، فقط للتبسيط. علاقة طريقة الرأسمالة المباشرة علاقة وطيدة مع الDCF، ولكن إذا كان هناك افتراض أفضل من أن يكون النمو ثابت، يعني عندنا growth rate عالي أو متذبذب، إذا من الأفضل أننا نستخدم طريقة التدفقات النقدية. طبعا في فخ ممكن يقع فيه كثير من المقيمين ومن ضمنهم أنا، اللي هو استخدام أسلوبين في تقييم واحد. ممكن البعض يتساءل كيف أسلوبين في تقييم واحد؟ بعد ما استعرضنا الDCF وأكثر من مثال على طريقة التدفقات النقدية، شفنا أنه في قيمة نهائية والقيمة الأبدية ما بعد فترة التنبؤ الصريحة. هذه يمكن حسابها أو استنتاجها عن طريق 3 أساليب. نرجع لنفس الأساليب: أسلوب السوق، أسلوب الدخل، وأسلوب التكلفة. أسلوب السوق نطبق جوردن جروث موديل اللي شفناه قبل شوي. إذا كان عندنا نمو ثابت، توقع النمو الثابت بعد فترة التنبؤ الصريحة، نطلع بالقيمة النهائية. أو أسلوب السوق، وهو ناخذ مكرر معين لأي من المنافع الاقتصادية، سواء إبدا ولا إبت ولا نوبات أو مكرر الربحية. والأسلوب الأخير هو أسلوب التكلفة. طبعا غير شائع للشركات، ولكن شائع للمشاريع اللي لها نهاية معينة ويتقيم أصولها بالقيمة القيمة التخريجية، ومن ذلك يعتمد عليها على أساس أنها القيمة النهائية. طيب، إذا استخدمنا أسلوب السوق وحنا في فترة التنبؤ الصريحة أو في فترة الفوركاست استخدمنا أسلوب الدخل، وش راح يصير؟ أنا راح أضرب مثال. الشركة تعتمد بشكل كبير على الأصول والمصانع عندها، تعمل في الحفر وفي قطاع الإنشاءات. الشركة هذه مثالها أمامكم الآن، راح نستخدم فيها أسلوب الدخل، وراح نستخدم أسلوب السوق لحساب القيمة النهائية. طبعا المقيم انتبه إلى موضوع التذبذب في النمو والتذبذب في القطاع والبيانات التاريخية والنتائج التاريخية للشركة، ورفع الديسكاونت ريت إلى 25% بعد ما حسب الديسكاونت ريت بطريقته، زي ما شرح الأخ روجير قبل شوي، طريقة حساب تكلفة رأس المال. ولكن اليوم نبي نركز فقط، أو في هذا المثال بنركز فقط على القيمة النهائية. وعندما نخلط أسلوبين في أسلوب واحد وش يصير معنا؟ عندنا الإبدا مالتيبل استخدمنا 4.5% بناء على البيانات السوقية والشركات المماثلة، طلعنا بقيمة 17,699. هذا نهاية السنة الخامسة. لما جبنا قيمتها الحالية طلعت 7,249. خصمنا اللي هو الديت أو الدين على الشركة، وصلنا إلى equity value 8,459. إلى الآن كل شيء تمام. بس إذا استخدمت أسلوب السوق في حساب القيمة النهائية دائما من الجيد انك تسوي كروس تشيك، تشيك تقييمك هل هو سليم ولا لا، هل فيه جاب انا نسيتها ولا ما نسيتها. خلينا نشوف الان مثال نطبق فيه الجوردن جروث موديل في حساب القيمة النهائية. زي ما انتم شايفين نفس النتائج، نفس البروجكشنز، نفس الفوركاست، اللهم وصلنا بقيمة تيرمينال فاليو 5280 مقارنة ب 7699. لما طرحناها أو خصمناها وجبنا قيمتها الحالية وصلنا إلى 2163. معدل الرسملة عندنا اللي هو 25% ديسكاونت ريت، وعندنا التيرمينال جروث لو تشوفون فوق في الأخير 3%. إذا معدل الخصم ناقص النمو المستدام يساوي 22%. رسملنا هذا الرقم وصلنا إلى 5280. طبعا قيمة حقوق الملكية والإكويتي فالي وصلت 3373. هذه 60% أقل من قيمة لو استخدمنا أسلوب السوق. برجع شوي للسلايد بس عشان نتأكد من الرقم. 8459 مقارنة 3373. إيش تتوقعون السبب؟ خلينا نفترض أنه كل البيانات هذه سوقية وتحقق منها المقيم، ولكن وصل بهذا الفارق الكبير. المقيم افترض أن يعني لما استخدم الإبدا استخدم الإبدا وهي تتجاهل عنصر كبير جدا في التكاليف التشغيلية للشركة اللي هو الإهلاك. احنا قلنا أن مثالنا هو عن شركة متخصصة في آلات الحفر وتأجير الآلات، ويعني كل تكاليفها أغلب تكاليفها هي التكاليف التشغيلية. التكاليف التشغيلية هي من الإهلاكات. يعني عشان نوصل حنا إلى قيمة قريبة من قيمة القيمة النهائية بطريقة أو بأسلوب السوق، لازم ننزل الإبدا من 4.5 زي ما استخدمناها هنا إلى 1.3. فهنا it is always to cross check. It is always a good idea to cross check. يعني إذا اضطرينا احنا نبي نشوف هل الديسكاونت ريت، طبعا الديسكاونت ريت أو معدل الخصم ممكن يكون صعب بناؤه، بس لما توصل إلى رقم مثل 25% وأنت متأكد منه صعب تنزله 50% عشان تشوف والله هل هو قريب من الماركت أبروتش أو أسلوب السوق ولا لا. يعني راح نضطر ننزل معدل الخصم من 25% إلى 13.5% عشان نوصل لنفس القيمة اللي وصلنا لها في الإبدا 4.5 مرة. في السلايدات القادمة أو في السلايد القادم أنا ما راح أضيف أكثر من اللي أضافه روجير في الجلسة اللي قبلي، ولكن عندي بعض النقاط اللي ودي أعرج عليها. عندنا الكوست اوف ايكويتي لحساب معدل الخصم الخاص بحقوق الملكية، وعندنا الويتد افريج كوست اوف كابيتال اللي هو المتوسط الموزون لتكلفة رأس المال. الكاب ام اللي هو الكوست اوف ايكويتي يحتوي على معدل الخالي من المخاطر بالإضافة إلى مخاطر السوق مضروبة في معامل المخاطر الممنهجة اللي هو بيتا أمامنا في الشاشة. الواك هو تكلفة حقوق الملكية وتكلفة الدين اللي يعني التكلفة السوقية للدين. دائما من الجيد أنك تضرب أمثلة ونسوي تقييم مع بعض. هذه شركة متخصصة في التنظيف، خدمات التنظيف. عندها عملاء طبعا تقدم خدمات تنظيف للشركات، طبعا شركة وهمية. عملائها 3 من عملائها يشكلون 90% من مبيعاتها. وطلب من مقيمين 2 انهم يقيمون هذه الشركة، وكل واحد لازم يطلع بالديسكاونت ريت او معدل الخصم الخاص فيه. كان تاريخ التقييم 31 ديسمبر 2020، وانا استخدمت هذا التاريخ لغرض وسبب معين برجع لكم فيه ان شاء الله. نشوف عندنا الخبير الاول اكسبرت 1 واكسبرت 2، كل واحد طلع في ديسكاونت ريت خاص فيه او كوست اوف ايكويتي خاص فيه. عندنا الريسك فري ريت كان 0.2، عشان كذا انا اخترت هذا التاريخ، لانه في ذلك التاريخ وصلت معدلات او معدلات الخاليه من المخاطر اللي هي اذونات الخزينه والسندات الى غيره الى مستويات متدنيه جدا. وعندنا الاكسبرت 1 استخدم نفس الايكويتي ريسك بريميوم، اضاف كانتري ريسك بريميوم او مخاطر البلد، واللي قبلها كانت مخاطر السوق، علاوه مخاطر السوق. وعندنا اللي هي اندستري ادجستد ايكويتي ريسك بريميوم، هذا بعد ما ضربنا البيتا في مخاطر السوق او علاوه مخاطر السوق. ونلاحظ هنا ان هذا المقيم اضاف سايز بريميوم، يعني يقول ان الشركه صغيره مخاطرها اعلى من الشركه الكبيره، اذا اضفت 4.2. بينما الاول طبق الكابيتال اسيت برايسنج موديل كما هو موجود في المعادله امام. هذا طلع 8% وهذا طلع ب 5.7%. طيب في هذه الحالة واضح انه يعني شركة بهذا الحجم توصل الى ديسكاونت ريت ب 5.7%. اليوم بعض يعني الاستثمارات قليلة المخاطر جدا 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 ممكن تعطي اعلى من هذا الرقم، بينما الثاني وصل 8.5% او 8.05%. في هذه الحالة يعني ريسك فري ريت يعطي نيجاتيف ريل ريتيرن، يعني دخل سلبي حقيقي او دخل حقيقي سلبي. وفي هذه الحالة المفترض على المقيم انه ما ياخذ الريسك فري ريت او اذونات الخزينة او السندات كما هي، بل ممكن يستخدم اللي هو النورماليزد ريسك فري ريت. النورماليزد ريسك فري ريت ياخذ فتره اطول، ياخذ افريج طويل، ومن ضمن الشركات او من ضمن خلينا نقول بيوت الخبره اللي ينشرون هذه الدراسات، اللي هي شركه كرول اللي طلع فيها روجير قبل شوي. ما ادري يتكلم عن الريسك فري ريت او لا، ولكن هم يسوون دراسات على هذا المعدل ويأخذون متوسطات لفترات طويلة. خلينا نشوف التقييم وش صار لما قيم. وصلنا طبعا، انا ما راح ادخل في ديتيلز التقييم، بنشوف كم مكرر الربحية اللي وصلوا له. واحد وصل 16.5 وواحد وصل 27، في تباين كبير في القيمة. هذا في وقت كان مكرر السوق بشكل كامل 14 مكرر ربحية. أنا ما أتوقع أن هذه خطأ المقيم نفسه، ولكن الكاب ام في حالات يوصل معدل الخالي من المخاطر إلى مستويات جدا متدنية ما يعطي نتائج واقعية. لذلك مفترض أنه زي ما قلنا يستخدم معدل خالي من المخاطر المعدل أو الافريج. طبعا ما تسويه بنفسك، ولكن فيه بيوت خبرة تنشر هذه المعدلات، أو استخدام company specific risk، ولا استخدام size premium عشان تعرف. بس لازم أنه بعد ما تضيف الأرقام هذه لازم المقيم يكون عنده القدرة أنه يفسر هذه الأرقام ويدافع عنها. يعني المقيم الأول هو أقل تحديا من المقيم الثاني، أو عفوا المقيم الثاني ما حد يقدر يقول له شيء، يعني هو طبقه حسب الكتاب، بس هل هو طلع برقم منطقي؟ هذا سؤال. طبعا تكلمنا عن الكوست اوف ايكويتي، لابد ان نتكلم عن البيتا، وهناك يعني بعض يعني الدراسات المنشوره من البروفيسور اسوث دي مودرن، بروفيسور الكوربت فاينانس والفالويشن في جامعه نيويورك، طلع بمفهوم شيء اسمه التوتال بيتا. التوتال البيتا هذه فكرتها ايش؟ على كلام يعني او حسب البحث اللي طلع فيه البروفيسور دي مودرن، يقول ان فكرة البيتا اصلا هي اني اضيف استثمار الى محفظة متنوعة بالكامل، لان فكرة البيتا هناك استثمار خالي من المخاطر وهناك استثمار بكل الشركات، يعني لهذا الحجم متنوع. فهو يعني الفكرة حقته انه يقول ما في مستثمر في القطاع الخاص، احنا نتكلم عن تقييم شركات طبعا الخاصة والصغيرة، ما في مستثمر في القطاع الخاص فولي دايفرسيفايد، يعني منوع محفظته بشكل كامل عشان يقلل المخاطر. لذلك طلع في هذا النموذج عشان يعكس المخاطر الإضافية اللي تتعرض لها الشركات الخاصة، وهذا ينعكس على الديسكاونت ريت. فمن ضمن الأسئلة اللي حطيتها أنا هنا، هل هو الحل التوتال بيتا؟ خلينا نشوف كم يطلع معنا التوتال بيتا وكم يطلع معنا الفالويشن لنفس المقيمين اللي قبل شوي. طبعا الماركت كورليشن هنا او الارتباط السوق راح يلغى في هذه الحالة، وناخذ اللي هو الانحراف المعياري للسهم على الانحراف المعياري للسوق ونطلع بالتوتال بيتا. في هذه الحالة طلعت معنا بيتا 3.77. في السابق كانت البيتا 1 ماخذها أقل من 1 اللي هي 0.6. طلع معنا التقييم PE ريشو أو مكرر ربحية 5.2 مقارنة ب 16 و27. هل بالغت البيتا بالمخاطر الخاصة بالشركات الصغيرة؟ هذا سؤال نحتاج الإجابة عليه. هل هي مناسبة للاستخدام؟ برضو هذا سؤال نحتاج نجاوب عليه. يعني سمري للي قلناه، بس أحب أكد النقاط اللي مرينا عليها واحدة واحدة. دائما الماركت مالتيبل يحتوي على معدل رأسمالة، فاستخدام أسلوب السوق يعني نقدر احنا نشيك الفالويشن حقنا هل هو سليم ولا لا بمقارنته بأسلوب آخر. إذا كانت الإبدا مثلا تتجاهل عنصر أساسي في النشاط أو التكاليف التشغيلية للنشاط، أروح أشيك الإبت اللي هي تتضمن الإهلاك، أروح أشيك صافي الربح بعد الضرائب وغيره. الكابيتاليزيشن ريت equals discount rate less growth، أو معدل الرأسمالة يساوي معدل الخصم مطروحا منه النمو، معدل النمو. زي ما ذكرنا سابقا، إذا كان عندنا يعني تنبؤات عن النمو راح يكون ثابت، لا يوجد هدف من تطبيق طريقة الDCF أو طريقة التدفقات النقدية، وإنما طريقة الرأسمالة المباشرة. النقطة الأخرى اللي هي أن معدل أو قيمة التخارج قد تحسب بناء على مكرر معين اللي هو exit multiple كما هو واضح. الexit multiple ترى يحتوي على معدل رأسملة، يجب أن نتحقق من هذا المعدل هل هو مناسب أو لا. في الأخير أو ما قبل الأخير تكلمنا عن المعدل الخصم ومعدل تكلفة حقوق الملكية، وكيف ممكن يكون فيه يعني خلل عندما يكون اللي هو الريسك فري ريت واصل إلى مستويات متدنية أو حتى يعني مستويات أقل من المتوسط. وش نسوي؟ ممكن نضيف سايز بريميوم، نضيف كونتري ريسك بريميوم، أو نضيف أو نستخدم اللي هو normalized risk free rate. وأخيرا التوتال بيتا هل هي الحل؟ شكرا جزيلا ويعطيكم ألف عافية.
شكرا جزيلا. ندعو سعادة نائب أمين عام الهيئة الأستاذ عبد العزيز المطلق لتكريم المتحدث. شكرا جزيلا للمتحدث. والآن أيها الإخوة والأخوات الكرام نأتي لختام أعمال المؤتمر لهذا اليوم. نراكم غدا بإذنه تعالى في تمام الساعة 9 صباحا ومع أول البرامج منهجية التقييم في الجمعية الأمريكية للمقيمين. With this we come to the end of today's program. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.